What is up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages? Hope you're all having an absolutely wonderful day, evening, night, wherever you are in the world. My name is Imperium and welcome to some more PMPL EU West Scrims. We have a couple of awesome people in the chat already, including the one, the only, Maxon30 is in the house. The Maxon, the PMGC analyst, the PMWL caster, the legendary Frenchman himself. Maxon is in the house. How you doing, my friend? Thank you for checking in and giving a hello. And I hope the rest of your stream was fantastic for the PMCO scrims. But anyway, we are going to be getting into some wonderful EU West PMPL scrims. So, you know, the best of the best currently in the European Western PUBG mobile scene, preparing for the upcoming PMPL EU West. We've had 1 week, or 1 day, should I say. There's 6 more days, including this. And there's basically roughly about 6 more weeks until the teams start their journey in the PMPL. So a lot of preparation is being put on board for these players, for these teams. A lot of work is being nailed down. Information gathering, engagement, potential communication, strategies, rotations, drop spots. All of that is being worked on by these teams over the next month and a half to prepare for the PMPL, because that is going to be a massive tournament. Man, solo casting do be hard for so long. You're telling me about it. I have to do 5 games, dude. I don't know if you said you could join today. Do you want to hop in and cast a game with me for maybe game 3 or game 4 if you want to, Max? I don't know if I'd ask you because I forgot if I had, because I'm an absolute idiot when it comes to that. But do you wanna cast a couple of games with me? If you want to, let me know. If you want to rest and relax, it's up to you. It's up to you. Elevate Gaming, I'm good. You're one of the best casters. Keep it up. Much love, man. The Maxon is indeed one of the best casters in PUBG Mobile right now. One of the best analysts as well. We are going to be getting into the first game soon enough. In around the next 2 minutes. Sure, I'm down for game 3 and 4. Let's go. There's 5 games, Max. So if you want to do game 3, 4, 5, you want to do game 4 and 5, it's up to you, my friend. It's up to you. I know everybody would definitely love it. When will you cast PL, dude? When I have the time. I'm super busy watching as many PMPLs as possible. So, you know, we do have an idea of what teams, you know, talking a bit more about the PMPL EUS teams, because that has to be the focus. Right now, Lakonostra MVP hold on to first place with 1 chicken dinner. Every team has played 4 games and they're on 57 points. But ScrimFarm are in second right now with 57 points with 2 chicken dinners. 4 Romanian Men are in third on 54 points. And RESQ are in 4th with 53 points. So it's very, very close. Basically at the top of the standings for all of these teams. Yeah, man, for sure, Max. 4 and 5. 2 Miramar games as well. So I could definitely do with your duo casting for game 4 and 5. I'll send you a message before game 3, so you have a little bit of preparation, my friend. So there's a lot to play for. Conqueror and Team UMBRA in 5th, Conqueror in 6th, GAMELORD in 7th, and Panda in 8th. Not gonna lie, I don't know who's in 9th to 16th because I don't think I have access to overall standings unless I do. Oh, that is actually okay. I didn't know that I had that. Interesting. Okay. That's news to me. Seeing if I can get a list of Nope. I must see if I can get a list in future of overall standings coming on board. We are waiting for the first game to begin. The order of maps we have is game 1 and 2 are Sanhok, game 3 is Erangel, game 4 and 5 is Miramar. If you're wondering as far as the lists of teams and the groups and the order of matches, that is all in the description. I've come on board and I've done my best to give all of you guys the information. Feel free to please share the stream, put it on social media, Instagram, tell your mom, tell your dad, tell your dog, tell your granny, everybody you want to about the stream, more so because I want more eyes on the European scene, right? I want more people watching European teams, because it's not like European teams are bad or insanely good, but you know, well, of course, all this love for Maxman in Empyrean's chat, because Maxman's OP. You know, I love Max too. I stan Maxman. I simp for Maxman. You know, I simp for Maxman. And as Max just said, it was, to be fair, it was kind of the same for me when I was in Maxon's chat. So, you know, like, once love and positivity is being thrown around, I'm happy about that. You know what I mean? Whether it's for me, whether it's for Maxon, whether it's for anybody else, I don't mind as long as positivity is being shared. Waiting for the first game to begin. I don't know why it isn't. But that's the way the cookie crumbles. I don't have any control over as of right now. Yeah, so just waiting for the first game to start. I simp for the power. Okay. Koiva. Don't we all simp for Corva power? Ked from Unicorns of Love. Hoping to see Unicorns of Love step up to the plate. Both in these scrims and in the upcoming PMPL. They did win the previously played Conquer League, and they won that pretty cohesively. So yeah, hoping that that they'll be able to okay. ScrimFarm, I'll simp you for simping Max. Simp Max. You will have 7 seasons of wins. I'm so confused, but Max with the super chat. Max with the super chat at €2. Screw you, Max. God damn it, dude. Screw you, man, but thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're getting into the game. No preparation whatsoever. No timer, just getting into this game. Let's switch it on over. Okay. I don't know if the volume is right. Let me turn the music off. Okay. I don't know if there's in-game music. Is there actually in-game music? Let me just I don't think there's any in-game music. Okay, well, either way, playing path for Sanhok is pretty straightforward. Nothing to really complain about. This is groups A, B, C, and D. Panda in the mix. Gonna be split dropping between Sammy and Tambang. Rice Gang dropping down a little bit below them, which is an area recommended. You're going to have QATAR forces who are in this game, which is great to see. They're going for a split drop between Camp Charlie and Docs. That's a pretty massive split drop, but does make sense. And I feel that is the side of Optimus Esports being put under fire already by Mishi of Gaijin Seraphim. Early kill for Gaijin Seraphim from a very, very poor split drop from Optimus Esports, like a massively poor split drop from Optimus Esports. Yeah, there's no in-game audio. There's no in-game audio. Let me say that to... there's no in-game audio on clean feed. Nothing I can do about it, guys. Hopefully I can just get it back in time. Destiny has 2 of their players knocked, but it seems like Whiskey has been able to somewhat save the day against Tick of, well, not Tick, but of, I think RESQ. And now Tick of RESQ is going to be looking to engage onto UMBRA. Tick looking for a little bit of information. I think gets an idea of a grenade being cooked up by Talon. Unfortunately, not able to connect all of those Uzi shots. Now Talon's going to be still playing on the outside of the building because he knows that PRZ is up on the hills above supporting him. So that's where also RESQ know what's going on there too. Thank you, Dilrup, as well for the super chat. You absolute beautiful, beautiful human. So this is great this is really good teamwork from UMBRA because they know that they don't want to push in on the building because they have that backline support, right? And if PRZ and Talon move in, they're eliminating the support they have from ProLord and the Swave. But now as Swave is push on forward, they're going to push inside the building. That could be a little bit too early, but I like the pressure that's being put under. Plus, they actually push RESQ back to the side. Swave gets a knock onto Coyote, and now his Tick is on his own. The last player standing inside that building, that tiny little building on his own. He's going to go in. He doesn't even get a knock. He gets taken out, and that's a really solid coordinated engagement from Team UMBRA. Yeah, okay, they had the body advantage, but they didn't take that for granted, right? They didn't go all guns blazing. They kept the pressure on. They kept the kind of, you know, that little bit of pressure. They kept the heat on. They didn't allow RESQ to push back, disengage, but they also didn't go in blind. They didn't go in crazily, and that's really healthy. Good to see. Good to see from Team UMBRA. Okay, so the sound should be back. It'll be about 15 minutes because of delay that's been put on my side. So sorry about that, guys, but the audio is being fixed. As Max just said in chat, all the production is being done. It's been done by a production crew over in Ukraine, actually. So we don't have any. I have absolutely no control over it whatsoever. I'm suffering from a lack of audio as much as you guys are. So we're in this together, so to speak. We're in this together. Did see ScrimFarm and Conqueror? I think it was an engagement around the Hating region, if I'm not mistaken. While Lakonostra MVP, the heroes on Sanhok last Tuesday, where we saw Alicio get a beautiful 1v3 on the Conqueror in near 1v4, and then they ended up winning the chicken dinner by staying around the Painan region. For Romanian Men, who I believe have changed to a different team, have been picked up by an org, if I'm not mistaken. But until their team name is official, I'm still going to refer to them as For Romanian Men. I will try and find out if it's okay. Oh, you got copyright strike on the stream, Max? No way, dude. You got copyright. What for? What for, Max? What did you get a copyright strike for? I'm super curious about that. Was that the music that was on the highlight? Or what? But anyway, let me know. Yeah, so ScrimFarm looking to play a little bit aggressive towards Conqueror. They're going as a 3-1. However, Vito gets the initial knock. Reese finds a second. And now ScrimFarm are suddenly down to 2. And Conqueror have the body advantage all around them. Reese gets dropped to the floor by Ditati. It's going to leave them under a spot of bother because Marty is further away and needs to run up to try and help get the revive. And Vito gets dropped by a vector play. Both teams looking in poor condition. But Ditwati, straight out, saving the day for ScrimFarm, allowing them to get the revive on the third player. Reese most likely will get confirmed up, but Vito is at least being revived by Marley. Fox finds Vito to get the confirmed, to get another knockdown, should I say. So as he has to try and somewhat take this fight and back away, Marley. Not today. Sexy lady in through the window. Marley gets a knock. It's a good start to the fight. Once again for Conqueror, starting through. The pre-fire shots are really working out. He gets a second knock. Marley keeping his cool in this fight against ScrimFarm. Leaves Ditwati left on his own. And Marley finds a 1v3. Marley, what was that? That was so good from Marley. So good. And Reese didn't even get confirmed. Conqueror, wow. Like, it was initially a really good start from Conqueror, right? Because they got the initial 2 knocks. Then Reeves got knocked himself. And Vito low-key made the mistake of running for the revive without really checking all of his angles. And he got knocked. Marty joined up at the right time. He was effective, but it wasn't the same level of effect I was seeing as he pulled through in the past. And then Marty, to be fair, got a 1v3 while trying to revive Vito in through the windows. It was a poor counter push from ScrimFarm, let's be fair, because they kind of went 1 by 1. And it was a little bit desperate, but Conqueror and Marty specifically kept us cool massively. Yeah, okay, we'll do, Max, we'll do. We also saw Lakonostra MVP get engaged upon a little bit, while also Black Sparks we saw on our screens for a little bit of time. Phase 2 Blue Zone is closing up, and I didn't get to see too much of the circle, to be fair, so I don't really know exactly where it's being going. 4 Romanian Men perched on top of the hills to the north of boot camp, a very strong area to hold down. And you can see that they have a bit of a 2-2 spread, but that 2-2 spread is perfect because it's looking either side of the kind of coastline and towards kind of Paradise. And it's not too far away that they're going to be absolutely stuck should one of them get knocked. It's a absolutely perfect phase 2 position from 4 Romanian Men. Just waiting. 13 teams, 47 players. Luzon of phase 2 is halfway through. 4 Romanian Men, like I said, looking very good in their current position. GSG Europe also still together as a full squad. But I would argue that it's a bit of a 2-1-1 spread for GSG Europe. Again, it's fine for phase 2 because it's predominantly in the boot camp and just outside the boot camp area. And I really like Levy's position because he's prepared for a phase 3 shift on the Northwest Island. So he's looking on the coastline. He's getting information. And indeed, it does shift up north. There's a little tickle of the mainland in play in which Unicorns of Love have all 4 players on that kind of perched oversight compound. However, what I'd recommend they do is they look to send 1 player by the bridge. Maybe not across the river because I feel like they've left it too late to prepare for that. Phase 3 shift onto the Northwest Island. I just feel like phase 3 is a bit too risky. but at least looking for a bit of a spread in terms of a bridge camp, catching players out who do look to go for that rotation. It could work out for them. Otherwise, the best thing they can do is try and steal a couple of kills against teams who are on the coastline of the Northwest Island, as Prada did get a double knock, and Buju is keeping the pressure on the Black Sparks as Mishi did get knocked. Buju's jumping up and down looking for the last player. Black Sparks, very good from Gaijin Seraphim. 3 kills so far in this game. Looking for the revive on the Mishi to keep them up as a full squad. And Hamo is the last player standing from Black Sparks. You can see the kill feed. Unicorns of Love. They just seem to move down towards that boot camp area. And they've got an initial knock, a double knock on the 2 of the players of 4 Romanian Men. Buju jumping out of the water is going to get knocked. And I don't get why he did that on his own. And it was so uncoordinated that he deserved to die in that moment. That was really poor from Buju. Like, really poor. There's no need for that to happen. And now Lord is also going in on his own, and just as much chance that he's going to get knocked, but credit to Lord, he does get the kill on the last player, Black Sparks. There's no need for Gaijin Seraphim to lose Bujo, but that's Bujo's own problem, and that's something that they'll need to work on PMPL. They have to keep those attacks as coordinated as possible. So it seemed like it was less about Unicorns of Love moving down towards bootcamp and more towards 4 Romanian Men moving onto the kind of island and getting a couple of players caught out. Bujo best IGL EU yet. Yikes, that was a bad IGL move from him. I'm sorry, but like, he should have made sure his teammates were ready to basically counter kill in that moment. Ked, feels bad, man. Feels bad. Rice Gang still on the western side of the Northwest Island, opting to play towards Blue Zone Phase 3. It's the easier side of the map, to be fair, because of how the circle have rotated, but still not going to be easy. They have QATAR forces around them. You have Lakonostra MVP on the western edge of the Chungus Mountain. Conqueror are heavily spread around Hating, but I can respect that. And the next circle shifts down south into the loving arms of GSG Europe, Panda, and UMBRA. Now, Swave, are you going to stay on top of the mountain and give an Overwatch side for the rest of your team? I would definitely agree with that one. Carno gets taken out. So does Cakes. And that's Rice Gang down to just 1 Nexus. He's going to have to heal up and hopefully come in unsided into the next circle. Hopefully we should have audio come up soon enough just to make sure. Yep, I have audio on my stream, so on the feed, so it's not me. Anyway, it's not me. Lau looking for a Linea of Panda, just taking those shots and saying to them, okay, you want to overpeak a window, we will be watching for you. You know, you may know we're here, but we know you're there, so, you know, be careful where you're going. Because when you look at it, Panda have a much harder disengagement potential should the next phase go against them. So by GSG Europe, I would argue, like, kind of pre-firing those buildings, it's going to make it harder for Panda, and it's going to give GSG Europe much more room to move and much more room to play with, as well as time come to next circle shift. QATAR forces and Gaijin Seraphim are fighting into kill feed. You can see that going down, and then Conqueror Reeves getting a knock on the Swave. Pro Lord not able to respond quickly enough, and Conqueror, alright, slowly starting to conquer the lobby in this Sanhok Game 1. Beast of Destiny onto GX, the first of Panda. It's inside the building, so the revive should come out fine. Talon does get taken out. Beast is counter knocked and beg for mercy. You can see from Unicorns of Love working his magic in this Sanhok game. 16 minutes and 40 seconds into the game. Phase 4 Blue Zone is closing in, and we'll soon see where Phase 5 wants to go. 12 teams, 33 players left standing. Team UMBRA, despite Sway being knocked out, does have a pretty strong position, as well as GSG Europe. Whiskey playing through the Valley of Death, however, working his magic in that area, knocking down Danny of Lakonostra MVP. It was inevitable that Unicorns of Love were going to lose a player or two playing towards that bridge. However, for them to enter onto the northern edge of the circle as you do, I think that's kind of, you know, the best that could have been expected. When you think about it, as Satan of QATAR forces get knocked down and Shaween is left on his own. He gets finished off by Dark of Lakonostra MVP. And Lakonostra MVP has one player left, a solo army, as the Phase 5 shifts up north. 25 seconds until the Blue Zone starts closing in. Down to 10 teams and 27 players, being very happy with how Conqueror have themselves positioned across this whole game. You know, shades of 4 AM with how they're separated, yet sticking together on the right path and being confident of their position. Yes, at times they can get punished for it, for sure. But you have to be confident in the world of PUBG Mobile, and if they continue that confidence and improve on it, hone it, you know, shine it up real nicely, then come to PMPL, they're going to stick that son of a bitch sideways and stick it straight up to the other team's candy asses. I've no doubt about that. As the last player of Lakonostra MVP, not afraid to try and third party in none of these teams, playing on towards the inside of the circle, it's going to be Azzy cleaning up. The last player, Lakonostra MVP. Nice awareness by Azzy after Vito was taking a couple of shots. Destiny, the two players left standing, looking to capitalize on a broken, beaten, scarred Panda. As one of their players confirmed up, I believe it's just 2 players left, and XT. The second is knocked down. Linya's left on his own, and Panda are not looking good as of right now. There you go. I have game sound. Okay, let me turn it down a bit. Finally, I have game sound. I know, Max, but it's my stream. I'm gonna allow it. Plus, it kind of worked. It's a WWE line. It kind of worked. Anyway, Conqueror have the circle shift away. UMBRA have been gifted the circle on this Phase 6. GSG Europe will have to move away from their golden compound, and Conqueror are going to look to, of course, eliminate the teams around them before moving down the half part of the Chungus Mountain into the circle. They even have a buggy that they can play with. Vito and Marley sticking together along with Azzy and Reeves. GSG Europe gonna start chucking out the smokes. There's a little bit of a hill that they can encroach onto the edge of the circle as the last player of Gaijin Seraphim goes down. 3 teams left standing. UMBRA, Conqueror, and GSG Europe. 20 minutes into the game and we're down to our final 3 teams. Tudor gets dropped. And because UMBRA and GSG Europe are kind of more fighting against each other, Conqueror entering into the space a little bit unnoticed. Although, just as I say that, Talon's aware. His experience shows. In the world of competitive PUBG Mobile, grenade gets thrown out. Marty chucks out a not on in return. You saw in the very start of this game, Marty got a 1v3 against ScrimFarm. Might be looking to do the exact same as Vito crawls to his teammate and will get revived up. UMBRA did also get back Swave, and that could be an important aspect to them claiming the chicken dinner. I would argue that maybe the other 2 players of Conqueror are a little bit slow to push down the hill, but as he is going in unnoticed across the road, he'll look to go on half health. He makes it in. Reeves is staying in the back line. However, all three players are conquering the one building, and that low-key worries me. Azzy, in my eyes, although he kind of has no information, could have definitely have gone in. As Talon gets dropped, he found Marty, but a counter knock comes through, and now UMBRA are getting pushed upon by GSG Europe. As I said, a little bit of a third party from Conqueror should help seal the deal for them in the closing out parts of this game, as Levy gets knocked down from a back-end Rees on top of the mountain. Swake now on his own. He looks for one, confirms a kill with the Thompson. He's gonna get taken out, and GSG Europe is just Angelito on his own against Conqueror in this game one of Sanhok. They made it work really well. 9 kills, looking for the double digits with the chicken dinner. Rees is gonna get knocked from falling down. Feels bad, man. He feels a bad man, but he should, of course, be able to guide the rest of his team to getting the chicken dinner, as Angelito is actually going to prone down underneath the building. That could be big brain play. Rees gets revived up. He does get spot out, and that is the final kill. The chicken dinner, the win for Conqueror in Sanhok. They played that game so well from the very start when they nearly lost against ScrimFarm. Nearly lost, but Marty got the 1v3. They then spread out across Hating for the first 3 phases after that, and I worried them hanging around Hating for too long could have gone against them, but then when they moved out of Hating up towards a small part of the mountain, which is like the eastern side, early on, they pushed out Swave. Even though Swave got revived, they did push UMBRA back, and it was so well executed from them. They got third parties off, they got a couple of kills off here or there. They were a nuisance, and they were confident with how they positioned. As I said, shades of 4am in my eyes, absolute shades of 4am on the way they played. So we will have a look at the damage, the kills, the points, and who scored what in this game number 1 of the day. 1 of 5 games just finished up. The highlights is coming up on your screen right now. This is the fight between ScrimFarm and Conqueror. The 1v3 from Marley was perfect. As I said, it was definitely a poor re-engagement from ScrimFarm. Definitely poor, because it was kind of 1 by 1. But for Marley to keep his composure throughout this game was massive. Absolutely massive. Grenades being thrown up by Marty as well was on point. He really shined in this game. And like, I normally regard Marty as a long range player, a DMR support player, but he's, in my eyes, he's coming into his own as a bit of a close quarter combat player. I wouldn't say a clutch master, but a player that shines as a high fragger. Massive plays from him in this game 1. Yeah, really good at how they played. Really poor. So we of course will move on to the scores of this game 1. 26 points for Conqueror with 11 kills and the 15 placement points, 26 in total. GSG Europe having a good game, moving away from their compound late on. And Team UMBRA, hey, look, I respect them, but maybe they just weren't aggressive enough onto the side of GSG Europe. Maybe they spread out. Talon did a great job of holding back Conqueror, but it was one man, and the rest of his team maybe weren't putting enough pressure into GSG Europe. It's hard to tell, but that's one thing that, hindsight 2020, possibly something they could have done. Vito and Marty on top of the kill board in this game 1 with 4 kills apiece. Lord of Gaijin Seraphim with 4 kills. Swave and Talon with 3 apiece as well. 702 damage for Talon in this game 1. A very intelligent player for for UMBRA. A lot of experience when he was formerly on Unicorns, a lot with that roster in the past. And he joined UMBRA for PEC. I don't think he actually played PEC, but he would have participated in some scrims, and he would have gained at least social experience of talking to the players and getting tips. And credit where it's due, he's worked with that massively. Looking at the overall standings, though, you can see with all the teams playing 5 games, except for some who've played 4. ScrimFarm and RESQ, they've not played 6 games. I don't know why that mistake is still there. They have not played 6 games. They've only played 5 games. But Conqueror do hold the top spot with 66 points out of 5 games. That's an average of 11 points per game, as far as I know. Actually, more than 11 points. 66 divided by 5. That is like 6. I'm gonna do some quick math. 13 points per game. There you go. There you go. 13 points per game. Come in third party. That one, Fred. With the sprays, be careful on the CC. Okay, so that's last week's highlights. It's so weird hearing my own voice. But you know what? I'm gonna go on a bit of a break while we get ready for this game too. And I'll see you guys in a bit. Okay, I am back. Apparently, there's some form of delay in game. So apparently, the stream is going to be a bit longer. When I say the stream, but the game 2 is going to be a little bit longer. So I'm just gonna like hang around and talk to you guys. So feel free to ask me any questions in chat. Feel free to let's have a bit of a conversation about something, you know, whatever you want. Shout out on a side note to Simples, my hype man, my stream hype man, I could say. I appreciate you so much, my friend. I appreciate you so much. Hello, NRC Kaneki, how you getting on? Yeah, feel free to ask me any questions and ask me for views on things. I might actually answer a couple. Who knows? Who knows? Oh, ask QT. Ask QT. Bro, it doesn't work if you put 2 hashtags. If you put like a hashtag and then another. Simple 0p, man. Yeah, I don't know when the game is going to kind regards from a Blackbeard to a Ginger one. Well, thank you very much, Bam. It's getting there, it's getting there. I need to kind of trim it and stuff like that. When I say trim it, like tidy it up. But the lockdown, yeah, the lockdown means that it's a little bit hard to get my hair, my beard trimmed and my haircut at the moment. Would you like to see another zone to the east island of Miramar? Yes, I would. Yes, I would. I would love to. I'd also love to see a prison finish in Miramar as well. Yeah, I'd love to see a prison finish in Miramar because it's so unusual and you know, it really tests teams' intelligence, awareness, suppose adaptability. And yeah, man, I would absolutely love to have another finish on the Eastern Island of Miramar. Obviously, you have to land in between, so it's difficult. Sorry, the water in between, so it's difficult to get to. What time's the next game? I actually don't know, Abstract. I really don't know, dude. Do you want some UC? Yeah, if you contact the Miss Ali on Twitter or Instagram, you can get some free UC. Oh, my lord. I was meant to get water to make a cup of coffee during the break, but I forgot. Oh, okay, no. We're into the game, we're getting into the game, and apparently it's a Erangel game for the second game, so this is interesting. We're into the game, let's see what's going on. So in-game sound again? Okay, I don't know if this is actually the game who's starting, but all I can do is I can just switch it and hope for the best. I'm so confused right now, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know if this is the actual game, to be like, because I was told that there's a massive delay, but I don't know if this game is actually the actual game, so to speak. But yeah, okay, yeah. So actually, it's not muted because I'm like, why is there no audio again? Which is the most complicated zone ever seen. I don't think there's. I think the most complicated zone is a military island zone to be. There you go. We have sound. We have sound. Okay. Sound of a headshot ringing as Team UMBRA and Lakonostra MVP fight in Lipovka. So we have the game back on. We have the game back on. Oh, my logo showed up there. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Nope. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Yep. Yep. Yeah, there's some kind of crash or some kind of delay. I don't know if that same game is happening or if the game is being restarted, but I don't know. I don't know what's going on in the background. I genuinely don't really have a clue. The production isn't being done on my side. So I'm just going based on the information that I get on my end. Sorry. Oh, there's nothing I can do, guys. All I can do is try to entertain yous, and again continue to answer a couple of questions. But that was a good question that you asked, Dilroop. To be fair, what is the most complicated last zone ever seen? Again, to kind of expand on that a little bit, you know, there's no such thing as like the most complicated zone ever seen. I think the most, like, I think a zone that is like very complicated but comes up quite often is a military island based circle, because a lot of teams just aren't really sure how to play it. They don't feel confident on how they should rotate and how they should kind of position themselves towards a military island. And yeah, that can sometimes be the case. If you're wondering as far as where is QATAR forces, that's because they are not in game 2, because if you look on the description, okay, Jackie boy, you can see that they're not playing in game 2, because game 2 is groups A, B, C, and E, and QATAR forces are in group D, so they're not playing. They're not playing. No, footballers are not here to min. Please look at the description to see the list of teams that are playing. Sorry, dude. What do I think about QATAR forces? I haven't seen enough of them to really be a judge of them, in my opinion. I'm looking forward to seeing them, but oh, my apologies. I haven't seen enough, so I can't really be a judge of them too much. For me, it's a zone in the water. Man, no, water zone's hilarious, man. Water zone is hilarious. Okay, let's have a look at a little bit of a top 5. You know? Actually, I might get copyright. I might get copyright strike for that music. So I'll keep the highlight on music. Yeah, those were some fantastic plays. To be fair, the number 1 in my eyes justifiably is a number 1. because it was absolutely spot on from what we saw. Black Sparks onto Conqueror, that engagement across the road on the garage, outside of Yasnaya was so well played by them. Like, incredibly strong engagement that came up from Black Sparks, because, you know, Conqueror are not an easy team to beat in a squad fight. They honestly aren't. Yes, sometimes they separate a bit too much to the point where they can get caught out and they are their own worst enemies sometimes, but they're not an easy team to beat. They're not an easy team to beat in a squad fight, right? Yeah. What are you all saying? Do you like the stream and support? So, hello, Destiny Artie. Some chill vibes, though. Yeah, indeed. You've cast the PMEA Championship. Which team impressed you the most? Fnatic Albion, honestly, like, dude, I don't remember that much, dude. Like, I've casted so much that's so hard for me to, you know, remember everything and remember every game and remember every team. It is incredibly hard for me to remember everything. Thank you, Sebastian, for the compliment on my beard. Appreciated, my friend. It's appreciated. Footballers are indeed in the PMPL Turkey. They are. They're in PMPL Turkey. Do 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 do. Imperium being honest. Being honest about what? Why China players and teams are the best? In my eyes, it's mainly down to confidence. In my opinion, confidence is the main reason why Chinese players and teams are better. Because they play on FPP hardcore, it requires a lot more confidence to really get the best out of a situation, and it really requires a lot of confidence to push in onto a team because you have a lot of information. Please just don't take it off. I don't plan on it, but you never know. I'm gonna trim it a little bit and I'm gonna keep it nice and calm. Do you cast PMPL CIS in English? I don't think there's gonna be an English stream for PMPL CIS, Dilroop. Unfortunately, I was hoping there would be. Yeah, I'm aware that the Albanian Championship where X Team won with Beg for Mercy. I'm aware of that, and that's a part of the reason why I think Beg for Mercy is one of the most talented players in Europe right now and has probably one of the best potentials in Europe as a player. Let's see if I can make myself a coffee. When you say how are the zones different in PMPL and PMPL compared to what, ScrimFarm? You know, compared to what? Why not start? I don't know. There's a delay. I'm waiting for it to start. There's apparently a bit of a massive delay, so I'm waiting for it to start. I don't have any information on what's taking so long. Sorry. Okay, Flux, do you want to relax there? Hello, Skillo. How are you getting on? Is this a crispy crab? Yes, it is. How may I take your order? Top 3 players in Albania for you. Elisio. Daddy when he played, and Ozzy. I think that's fair to say. Faster, slower. Yeah, but when you say like, yeah, but like compared to like PMCO compared to Chinese, like I'm not sure like what's the as opposed to PMCO zones. I don't think there's like, no, there's no difference in speed on a circle, shifts. Like there's, you know, the PMCO and PMPL is the same kind of circle speed. The algorithm, as far as I know, is also the same. Which of these EU teams are best suited for against China and SEA teams? At the moment, genuinely, I would say Conqueror. At the moment, it's Conqueror. Followed by Unicorns of Love. I was told they were different speeds. No, not between PMCL and PMPL. As far as I know, anyway. As far as I know, they're the same speed ScrimFarm, unless I've been told otherwise, my friend. Oh, I haven't got any milk. Okay, instead of I haven't got any milk in my house. Oh, rip. I actually do, but it's downstairs. Elisio is the best player in EU. Interesting. Match 2 is repeated. Basically, match 2 is going to restart again. Skillo, I don't know you, so I don't know how I can actually, like... When you say spam account, what do you mean? By far the best Scrims player is who? Huh? First day? You have any information on why Sixless is not playing? No, I have no information at all. Where can I join this open lobby? Damn, YouTube needs a Kappa emote. Yeah, I know, right? YouTube needs some OP emotes. We only have the YouTube only has the boring stuff. Bro, you can trust me, I'm Irish too, Skillo. Just because you're Irish doesn't mean I... is Bloodline Kapahala banned from competitive? Not that I know of. We will see about that. We play aggressive in scrim so they get experience in hairy situations. Play more conservative in the actual major. I disagree, ScrimFarm. In the actual competition, I think you're gonna have to play just as aggressive, if not more aggressive. Because trust me, if you don't play competitive, if you don't play aggressive in the PMPL, you don't have to play stupidly aggressive, but if you don't play aggressive in the PMPL, you are going to get swamped. You are going to get stormed and you're going to get shut down. Trust me. What's your IGN? If I tell you my IGN, I have to kill you. Leaderboard, I don't have a leaderboard to show you at the moment, unfortunately. I'm waiting on the game to start. Sorry. I don't know. With new guys specific to us, what did you say before that? Yeah, I know, but whether or not they lack experience, confidence is in my eyes more important than experience. ScrimFarm, you know what I mean? Like, confidence is 50% of the game. Like, you can have experience, and experience will help you in all aspects of the game. But if you're not confident, going into that game, if you're not confident going into fight, if you're not confident going into engagement, if you're not confident going into that 1v1, it doesn't matter what experience you have, you automatically putting yourself on the losing foot. You have to have confidence. Are we waiting on the second game? Yes, we are. We're all waiting on the second game. I'm waiting on the second game. Hello, Escanor. Trust me, if I could show you the second game, I would. It's not like I am stopping it on purpose, you know? Just waiting on some more information. So we're still waiting on the second game to start. I'm sorry, I wish I had more information. Okay, where do they build confidence? Well, they build confidence in scrims, right? You know, you're right. You're right to you know, they're right for them. They're right to play more aggressive in scrims because that's how they do build confidence. 110%. That's the biggest way a team builds confidence is by being aggressive in scrims. But it's also about, you know, you somewhat match that aggression in tournaments because in tournaments you're going to be going up against teams who have a more competitive mindset compared to scrims. So by beating the teams in a competitive tournament, it's more important than beating them in scrims. Confidence is important, but experience thumbstack, because with experience you can actually know what you are doing. Having confidence can be a way to fool yourself. That's a really good point, Yingwan. That is a really good point. You bring up a massively good point. Yes, for sure. Confidence can be a way to fool yourself, and it can be a way of being quite narrow-minded about a situation, right? And it can be the reason why you can go into a fight a little bit blind or a little bit tunnel visioned. However, I would always much prefer to see a team or a player lose a team fight by being confident and aggressive than being passive, right? And dying to the blue zone, right? I think that's why I'm always, hey, look, be aggressive, because, you know, you make a really good point though, Yingwan. Like, such a good point, my guy. Such a good point. Okay, my point exactly. 3 guys no experience in PMPL, baptism by fire, that's how. Well, I'm sorry, but it's like, no experience in PMPL, like, there's no time like the present, and you know, yeah. It's accidentally, anyway. Okay, Skillo, you are getting put in timeout, Skillo. Overall player in EU, knock 1, knock 2, dead. Alicio, knock. Okay. Interesting. If someone knocked out or killed, sometimes teammates' confidence will be reduced a lot. Do you want to, like, repeat that sentence, Dilver? Because it's a little bit, you just made my point for me. Yeah, I probably did, to be fair. ScrimFarm, I probably did. I think we got low-key off the beaten track, but I think we're all on roughly the same page, ScrimFarm. One. And hello, Flo. How are you doing, my friend? Much love. Pitch fix game will start in 3 minutes and 15-minute delay. Okay, so the good thing is that the game should be starting in like 18 minutes. So you got another 18 minutes of looking at my face. There's nothing I can do, guys. What do you think of Arab teams? I think they have fantastic potential, but unfortunately, they're just a little bit short on experience and that level of competitiveness that other regions have over them at the moment. But it's getting there. It's getting there. Are we gonna watch any games later on? Yeah, Clevy, the second game's coming up soon. The second game is coming up soon. I apologize, I don't have any you know. I can't bring you the game any quicker, unfortunately. Thanks, Wolverine. Good job on keeping this stream rolling. It's not easy. Hey, look, you know, I'm here to have a bit of fun. I'm here to try and entertain people. This is still a stream under my name, under my channel, and I appreciate you guys even just tuning in. Like, whether or not you have it on in the background, whether or not you're being active in chat, I still appreciate you guys tuning in. So it's my honor to be here entertaining you all. Team EU or Team South Asia? I don't have a preference. I'm Team Everybody. And Sharif, I don't have a choice. I support all teams, all regions. Simple as that. Yeah, I'm aware that TSM and Galaxy Racer Cells got invited to PMPL. To PMPL Arabia. Imperium Cast OP, you're OP, Simples. All of yous are OP. All of yous are OP. Oh. Yeah. And so yeah, interesting a little bit of yeah. Give these guys tips on growing. Huh? ScrimFarm. Not gonna lie, but the end of that sentence was terrible. You might want to repeat that, sir. Love from Nepal. Love to you and all of Nepal, Avi. And love from India. Love to you and all of India. Dilrup. Dude, when I hear you talking, I do remember Sons of Anarchy. I've never seen Sons of Anarchy, Jackie boy. I've never seen it. Sorry, dude. Should I have seen Sons of Anarchy? Is it good? Have you ever played Witcher? No. I haven't played Witcher. Views on Chinese team meta? Chinese team meta is a level of like playing a bit more separated, a bit more solo. They also tend to rotate a little bit later into the circle. But not in a bad way. It's weird. But they tend to use vehicles because of the fact that they're on FPP and hardcore mode. Vehicles are less likely to be blown up super quickly, and people are less likely to be knocked from vehicles. So that's why they tend to rotate a little bit later into the circle. Eastern Stars, formerly Bloodline. My bot thumbs don't listen. It's okay, ScrimFarm. Stay Drizzy Drunk Margarita 5. What? Of course I should watch it. Okay. What's your thoughts on QF as a competing Arabic team in Europe? I think fair play. They're representing the German region that they qualified from well, and they're representing the Arabic region well as well, and they're getting a lot of experience, and hopefully they'll be able to take that experience and you know, help and motivate other countries in the Arabic region. You know, do you know Big Poot? Yeah, of course I know Big Poot. Do you think PMWL 2022 will be FPP hardcore like PL, PC? That's a really good question, Patel. I don't think 2020. Actually, there is a chance that it could be PMPL. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, because I don't think there's going to be a PMWL this year or next year, but like, I'm thinking like PMPLs could be from next year. It could be FPP hardcore mode. Maybe not hardcore mode, but definitely FPP. And then the year after, it could be hardcore mode, FPP and hardcore mode. You know, so you're transitioning the competitors into it. But yeah. Hoping. Can you elaborate on the phases leading up to PMGC? Lots of people don't actually know. We're not fully sure ourselves, ScrimFarm. Honestly, we're not really sure. Hello, do you know Elementrix? Yeah, I do know Elementrix. And Maxon is back in chat. Max, did you enjoy your food, my friend? Did you enjoy your food? And what did you eat, by the way? Best fragger, in your opinion? Don't have an opinion on best fragger. Sorry. Ooh, okay. So I can now call 4 Romanian men Nexus Gaming because they're officially changing the leaderboard. So they're known as Nexus Gaming. How you can play FPP comp, you cannot stay in cover. Well, you just have to be confident, Alan. What's after PMPL? Educate me a little. I don't know. We don't really know what's going to be after PMPL. You'll be surprised by QF. Believe me, I'm waiting a lot for them. Well, let's see. You know, it's a much different story of going from PMCO to PMPL. Trust me. Yeah, man. Need to do washing up and get some pineapple. No joke. Hey, you're eating some pineapple, bro. Hey. Look what I have. I have watermelon drink. I have a watermelon drink. Yeah, let's go, boy. Watermelon gang. Woo! Oh, man. Max best casting reads Miramar last PMCO finals. The boogie. When was that again, ScrimFarm? I forget. I think after PMPL finals there will be EMEA. Yes, after yes, for sure. After PMPL finals there's going to be the EMEA, which is basically the European qualifying teams with, I think, Turkish CIS and Arabic, as far as I know. Hello, Akash. Hungry Box. Woo! How are you, my friend? How are you, sir? Arizona drink slaps hard. It's on sale in Lidl in Ireland for like €1 each, and I've just been getting them every single week because they're so nice. They slap real nice. They're so refreshing. Hello, Ellen Rambo. How are you? You got a question? Max, who is your favorite player in PMCO Africa? Oh, tough question. Tough question. Watermelon Gang is, of course, still alive. It'll never die. It might be more in my heart now, but the Watermelon Gang will never die. Okay. I think we're getting into the game in the next 4 minutes. Okay? So what I'm going to go and do is I'm going to take a bit of a quick break. Okay, guys? And then I will be back in roughly about 4 minutes, okay? For the next game. I'll just go rest my voice a little bit and I'll be back in a couple of minutes, okay? And I'm back. Hashtag Maxman gives simple 7UC. Why not? But yeah, we're gonna be getting into the second game of the day real soon. God, we're like an hour and a half into the stream, and we're less than one. Sorry, we're less than 2 games in. Oof, feels bad, man. Feels bad, man. But you know what? We'll be getting into it real soon. We should be starting the game pretty soon. I really want to have that second Arizona drink, but I want to leave it because I only have like that and one more because I only got 3 when I went shopping today. So I don't want to drink them all straight away, to be honest. So I want to save them a bit. To be fair, I want to save them a bit. But anyway, these are the Western Europe Pro Scrims. Feel free to let me know who you're behind in the upcoming PMPL EU West, what teams you're going to be looking out for, etc, etc. Got a little sick. Hey, Puska, how you getting on, man? When you say you got a little bit sick, as in like you were physically sick, or you got sick of why Western teams are not as good as South Asia or Chinese? G2 Caps, that's extremely wrong. Why do you why is your automatic presumption that Western teams are not as good as South Asia or Chinese? What's your proof on that? Please feel free to let me know your proof of this statement that you've made. I'm really curious to know where this statement comes from. Okay, so it should be starting soon. So Sebastian, you're supporting Unicorns of Love. No, you're coughing like an idiot. How do idiots cough compared to non-idiots? Does a non-idiot cough like this? And does an idiot cough like this? You know, I'm curious, like. Oh, Puska. So, I've 1 cup with hot coffee, and I have another drink with cold coffee. I just love coffee. All teams are OP, but they have their tiers, though. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like, when you say teams, I presume you mean all regions to the group. I think you mean, because Ked is the only pro player from Poland, the only pro PUBG mobile player. Hello, Agath. How are you getting on? How are you getting on, Agath? Nice of you to pop by. Lakonostra MVP is the best team. I have a feeling that that's a little bit biased, but I'm okay with that. Yes, that second one's exactly like that. Cool. I'm glad I hit the nail on the head, Puska. Hey, we're getting into the game. Woo! Let's go. On a side note, why did I think this was Miramar when I was told it was Miramar? Also, I managed to mute my yeah, I was told this was Sanhok. Oh yeah, it is Sanhok. It is Sanhok. Sorry. I'm an idiot. It is Sanhok. I don't know my maps. This is Sanhok. GG. I thought it was Erangel for a sec. I'm good though, Gath. I'm good. Okay, so let me unmute. Let me turn the music off. Bingo. What's the name of the best team in Pakistan? I don't know. There's no best team in Pakistan. There's fantastic teams in Pakistan, and that's it. Anyway, game number 2, we've groups A, B, C, and E. A, B, C, and E. So that means we don't have any Lost Bullet, QATAR Forces, ScrimFarm, or RESQ. And we do have Eastern Stars, One Shot, UDR, QLASH, and GAMELORD. But there's only 15 teams and 59 players in this game number 2. Do I actually have sound? Yeah, okay, I just need to. There you go. Once again, Optimum. Is it Optimum? OPTIMUS esports going up against Gaijin Seraphim in around the quarry area. I don't get why both of these teams are basically split dropping on each other. Plus, I don't like split dropping in Sanhok. I think it's extremely risky and silly. Yes, that is true, Puska. I do cough like the second demonstration. I just, you know, I just want to try and be fancy for once, you know, Puska. Let's see, Nexus. Nexus for Romania. So is it just Nexus or is it Nexus for Romanian Men? You know, anyway. Leave Imperium alone. You peeps just gonna crucify him when he has a different opinion. These people know themselves. Whoa, okay, that sound is loud. There you go. Okay. So, Ujo's gonna go down. Lord gets revived up, but Prada takes a bit of damage. Salazar is going in on his own. Mishi is going to look for the shots on the Salazar. Indeed, does get the knockdown on the side of the road. Optimus Esports don't seem to have any kind of clue of actually engaging properly as a team. And this is going to be a second Sanhok in a game in a row that they're going to lose the fight. They need to massively improve how they engage as a team if they're going to come out on top across the board. Because they have the potential of winning these fights, but going in one by one, like there was no need for you to go in like that, Salazar. You could have waited a little bit for Caster to join up with you, and that would have been a little bit better, you know. Caster at least is doing something from the sidelines, taking a bit of damage on the Mishi, but with 3 players of Gaijin Seraphim up, I know that they'll probably be able to clean up this fight pretty well. Grenade being cooked up by Caster. It's a good grenade. Does tickle Lord a little bit. It will help him to be able to reposition a bit. It's always important when you throw a grenade that you reposition. Even when you shoot that you reposition. Caster's down to half health. As Prada healed himself up quite nicely. Lovely pre-fire shots. Has to switch over gun onto the M4. But it is Lord that cleans him up. And Prada will get revived. This is game number 2 of the day, Sharif. Game number 2 of the day. Yeah, honestly, Optimus Esports, you really have to be far better coordinated on those engagements. Eastern Stars, who did land in Lakwai, moved in, taking advantage, hearing those shots, getting a bit of an early third party onto Gaijin Seraphim. Gaijin Seraphim, unfortunate, but that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. They will hopefully be able to survive as a duo in this game. Picking up 4 kills early on, though, it's a good start for Gaijin. Just once again, Bujo going down early is not healthy for them, and I'm gonna be keeping an eye to see if that's a pattern that happens with Gaijin in the future. GSG Europe fighting against Nexus. Nexus seem to be getting the better of them for the most part. Hopefully we'll be able to shift over to this fight. Boom! That's it. Andalito going to get confirmed up, and Sushi goes down. Unfortunately, she was she was getting third partied. There you go. GameLord third partying that one. And that's going to be Dexter confirmed. Rana's left on his own. A little bit unfortunate for Nexus, to be fair, because they gotten a good engagement onto GSG Europe, but this is Sanhok. Third parties is a possibility right from the start of a game, right from the start of a Sanhok map. So yeah, it's something you got to be aware of. So playing out in the open like that does come with its risks. You can see that phase 1 was predominantly a northeastern island shift, and that should have even been a more telling sign that Nexus should have been a bit more cautious of their position away from the compound on the northwest island, as phase 2 once again stays up the northwest. And honestly, even though there's a lot of water in play, like, this is really healthy, because if that had gone down south on phase 2, it would really have messed up people's, like, the team's kind of, oh, is it here? Is it there? Is it going to be on this island? Is it going to be on that island? Whereas, like, now every single one of these 47 players, 14 teams, knows exactly what part of Sanhok it's going to be. And that's a little bit of peace of mind. Little bit of a peace of mind. On the side of UDR. Yeah, they are UDR. Well, they're one-shot UDR, but do I have to call them one-shot UDR? Can't it just be UDR? Come on, like, I'm just gonna call them UDR. I'll see. I must actually get. I must get confirmation on that. Until then, I'm going to refer to them as UDR because it's a little bit easier. UDR also kind of third-partying that you saw a little bit earlier on the eastern side of the map inside the blue of phase 1. Phase 2 is going to start closing in the next 30 seconds or so. Panda, Lakonostra, Power, Team UMBRA all fighting for the big Chungus Mountain on that northwest island. It's a hot spot. And Will gets knocked down to his knees by a fantastic nade. Panda have a lovely 3-1 spread, but with the third party of UMBRA, it's going to be difficult to deal with. Talon slips on up. He gets a beautiful shot off, and with 1 health left alive, even though he does end up getting knocked by Coyote of RESQ, was a very well played engagement from Talon, and he's gonna also get shot from down the hill. He's taken off board, and ProLord is left on his own. Third party after fourth party after fifth party on the big Chungus Mountain of Sanhok, as we see bodies being dropped left, right, and center, already down to 42 players and 14 teams. Panda down to 3, UMBRA down to 1. I suppose that's a risk of playing towards the center of the circle. Oh, man. Unicorns of Love looking to make their way across the bridge onto that northwest island from their kind of, you know, I want to call it the Bird's Nest compound, actually. Yeah, I'm going to call it the Bird's Nest compound in future. ProLord, the last player of UMBRA, being one with the grass. Hearing the footsteps of all the Black Sparks players, they look up the hill towards Panda, not making a noise. Trigger discipline is mighty on ProLord, knowing that the second he takes a shot, he is most... Oh my lord. No, no! Sam 4 got spot. 1, 2, switches on up, has to go for the shot. He's gonna try and get one confirmed. He's gonna try and get another. Has gotten spot out, but by Coyote, nonetheless. And at least ProLord picked up a kill. He had to go for the shots the second Shafor got thrown down. It was like, okay, I can't last for any longer. Like that, I cannot last for any longer. Coyote stealing another kill. And man, from on top of the mountain, RESQ are playing perfectly as the third partiers, as the ultimate opportunists of the Sanhok map. Wow. Phase 3, don't know exactly where it went, but it most likely it stayed on the Northwest Island. I can tell you that much. Ammo, one of 2 Black Sparks players left standing with Bellend. While Lord of Gaijin Seraphim does a little bit of swimming in the rivers of Sanhok, picking up a kill for himself. Very well played. Eastern Stars, who had, I think, engaged onto Gaijin Seraphim earlier on. Now under pressure themselves. Shuri makes it across. Unfortunately, Lord not able to find the last shots, while Lakonostra MVP put the hurt onto the side of Panda. So it seemed like the phase 3 did kind of shift northeast. Senzo not afraid to take a couple of shots towards RESQ. Losing Will early on is definitely not the best. Is it, I presume Dark is like the 6th player of Lakonostra MVP, right? I don't know if I've actually casted him before. Maybe I have. My apologies if I have and I forget. Lanu playing for GameLord in these scrims, formerly Godsend Sirens player, fantastic player as well, no less. She has a lot of experience under her belt, so the opportunity to play in PMPL is no doubt deserved. And under the guidance of GameLord, hopefully we'll be able to have a lot of success in the upcoming PMPL. She does need time to build up synergy with the team, and these scrims are the perfect opportunity to get that synergy up. A little bit similar with Luna of Clash. Clash are playing in these games as far as I know. Were they in game 1? They were not in game 1, but they are in game 2. But I don't know if they actually joined the lobby for this game 2. Doesn't seem like they're in this game too, because I haven't seen them on the kill feed anyway, shape or form. Next phase is popping. I'm still Conqueror, hold on to Hating. Similar, very similar spread to what they had in game 1 of Sanhok. And now this next phase shifts down south. It's a bit more centralized on the Chungus Mountain, so in my eyes, it's going to be a little bit harder for Conqueror to enter the circle, because if you look, because of those circle shifts from the offset, were very heavily on the Northwest Island. There was a lot more security for teams to surround Hating on the island space. So in my eyes, that's where Conqueror made the mistake in this game 2 compared to game 1, right? Because the circles of game 1 were much different, to the point where only until phase 3 or phase 4 popped up did it really look like it was going towards that Northwest Island. Whereas in this game 2, right from pretty much the get-go, it was a Northwest Island finish. So that's where Conqueror probably should have played a little bit more on the south of Hating, if not having 1 or 2 players away from Hating up towards the edge of the mountain. It would have been much more advisable for them to pull off. But now they're stuck a little bit between a rock and a hard place, and their strategy, in my eyes, should kind of low-key shift from playing for a position to playing for kills and playing on the edge of the blue. Coyote RESQ. I think has an idea that Lakonostra MVP are right down near them. Blood is trying to deal with the Incoming Destiny going up the mountain. Mishi. Oh, takes the shots on the blood and finds the shots on the blood with the help of Noshi. Very healthy indeed from Destiny. Like, oh, I've talked about these guys before, and man, very excited to see what they're going to pull off in the PMPL. Beast, Mishi, so much experience as a duo. They've been multiple teams together. Right from last year when I first saw them play. I think it was on the No Hate roster last year. No, not No Hate. I mean Hate Gaming roster last year. Man. Robs from GameLord on the veto to kick things off, but Agon is going to, I wouldn't say third party, but at least punish GameLord a little bit as Fresh gets dropped to his knees at the hands of Athis of Eastern Stars. Now we channel on over to this fight between Lakonostra MVP and RESQ. Tick is left on his own, the solo player, while Coyote is knocked down, and I believe Lakonostra MVP are aware of that as they throw out the Molotovs, they throw out the utility to try and push Tick back. They engage themselves forward. Dark on one side, you have Danny on the other, but Danny Loki misses the entrance of that doorway, but with the help of Dark is going to switch it around and gets the squad wipe on the rescue. Quite nice indeed. Vito got revived up with the help of Unicorns of Love, kind of third party in GameLord, so that allowed this side of Conqueror to push up onto the side of the Chungus Mountain. Unicorns of Love going to suffer the fate of the blue zone, unfortunately leaving I wouldn't say too late, but the wrong time to heal up, the wrong time to push across, and a little bit of uncertainty there as they're down to 3 players. Beg for Mercy, Algon, and Ked, but Ked's knocked down, so it's most likely going to be Algon and Beg for Mercy playing towards the bitter end, as we still have 12 teams, 25 players, make that 11 teams as we do lose Nexus in the end. Algon goes down, Ked goes down, Prada of Gaijin Seraphim is also going to get knocked down. It's not looking good. GameLord Lanu helps to finish up Unicorns of Love. They are out of here. 10 teams, 22 players. Conqueror on the lower part of the mountain. Destiny's in front of them. Some might say destiny awaits them. They won out the first game in Sanhok quite confidently, but I have a feeling that this game is going to be a different story for them, right? Because of how massive those circles right from the start of the game were towards that Northwest Island. As I mentioned already, a lot more teams around them, which meant moving across into these areas of the circles were always going to be harder as he gets caught out. I don't know why he moved towards there while Reeza's getting the revive onto Marley. That was definitely a bit of a mistake made. Marley did get revived up. Reeza's on a sliver of health, but he's going to go down at the hands of Beast, and now Marley gets taken out. Conqueror are eliminated in 8th, and we're down to 7 teams, 13 players. Like I said, Azzy moving away from the smoke too early while the revive is getting pulled off. That was really a massive thorn in the fault of Conqueror in that. No, great defense from Destiny, right? Because not only did they get the squad wipe, not only did they get 3 more kills, but they kept themselves up as a full squad. Phase 6 blue zone is closing in. GameLord continuing to put the pressure on a number of teams around them. 3 kills they've got so far, but they are down to just 2. Lanu and Monsos got caught out in some way, shape, or form. Robs and Akashi lift on their own. Robs gets dropped to his knees, and Akashi is inside the blue. He's gonna stay prone down. Can he heal up in time? He gets Bilen knocked down. He gets Hamo knocked down, but he goes down in the end, I believe, to the blue zone. However, picks up 2 kills for his troubles as we're down to our final 3 teams. Destiny, Panda, and GSG Europe. Make that 2 because it's 1v4. The last player, Panda, playing in the grassy pastures of Sanhok. They say pandas love the grass, pandas love the jungle. Well, the last player of Panda loved the jungle finish he's gonna have to endure in the mountains of Sanhok. He's outside the circle. He's got 30 seconds to go. The players of Destiny is looking for their final victim to claim this chicken dinner. We waited a long time between game 1 and game 2, but I gotta say this game 2 has certainly been worth it. ST out of time. Move in. Uzone's starting to hit on phase 7. He has to get up. He has to move. Footsteps made. To alert the attention of Destiny. That's why he prones back. Starts crawling towards the edge of the circle. Mishi of Destiny is going to get himself knocked down to the play zone, which kind of makes it potentially easier for the last player of Panda. Mishi's going to take himself down as Beast. Going to catch out the last player of XT. XT got up. Unfortunately, the vector shots didn't work out. And Destiny take a very, very confident chicken dinner in Sanhok for game 2. Picking up a couple of kills as well. I think it was 9 kills in total. And yeah, Panda in second place. A good result. Third place went over to GSG Europe. And yeah, it was overall a solid game 2 in Sanhok. Those circles were of course, the circles weren't necessarily tricky, but like the circle shits in my eyes weren't tricky, but the actual play area was a little bit tricky with the massive mountain basically dictating all of these teams positionings and all of the teams areas that they could hold on to. But credit to Destiny because they owned the mountaintop. They owned the mountaintop extremely well. They pushed in onto RESQ from the north of the mountain. They pushed in pretty early on phase, I think it was phase 3 or 4, and that was really, that's what I talked about with Conqueror, because Conqueror had to position themselves better in the Hatting area from the start of the game, especially considering they weren't going up against ScrimFarm, unlike they were in the first game. In my opinion, it would have been a much more successful result for Conqueror. However, Destiny capitalized on that nonetheless, and did get the squad up on the Conqueror towards the latter parts of the game. Just having a look at the quick highlights. Game 1 went over to Conqueror. Game 2 went over to Destiny. It is, of course, game 6 and 7 in total for the PMPL EU West scrims. Highlights, there you go. Okay, you can work. Good job. Sort of fight where Pro Lord and the rest of UMBRA could really do nothing in the early parts of the game, heading up towards the mountain of Sanhok. GSG Europe, that's where they called out a few of the Nexus players. Kapahala from Eastern Stars was just in the middle of the road. I don't know what he was doing, to be honest. I don't know what he was doing. So yeah, that's the highlights for you. I actually don't know why there's a repeat there of a couple of highlights. Don't know if that's a mistake, but we should be able to have the scores in the overall standings from this game number 2 coming up on your screen soon enough. Yeah, this is a repeat of the highlights, so I'll just switch back over to my face cam until we get to the highlights of this game 2. Very well played game 2 in Sanhok, won by Destiny, and with game 1 won by Conqueror. We will see what that does to the overall standings, of course. Yeah, just waiting for the scores to come through. for this game too. Boom. There you go. Match results have come in. Destiny with first place, 9 kills, 24 points in total. Panda with 1 kill, but the 12 placement points gives them 13 in total. And GSG Europe also on the same. Lakonostra and GameLord picking up double digits on points. So a little bit of a successful game for both of those two teams. And Black Sparks with 8, Gaijin with 7, and Eastern Stars with 6. You can see that, you know, out of the top 8, bar Panda, all of them have a solid amount of kills, right? You know, 5 kills for Eastern Stars, 6, etc. It's why you have to be aggressive in these scrims, because being able to pick up early points is way more important. Beast and Nashi of Destiny find themselves on equal kills from this game too, 4 apiece. And then moving on to the damage stats with Hamo of Black Sparks on top. Pro Lord from UMBRA. That's the second game in a row, by the way, that an UMBRA player has been in the top 2. Game 1, Talon of UMBRA was on top of the damage leaderboard with Pro Lord in game 2 in second place. So it's quite obvious that they can definitely do the damage, that they can do something in the game in terms of, you know, getting shots connected. But I wouldn't say losing the team fights, but overall, yeah, losing the team fights isn't going to help. We do have Lakonostra MVP going back into first place in the overall standings of 72 points. Conquer with a poor game 2 in 67 points. And Team UMBRA in third. Yet to get a chicken dinner, but still consistent nonetheless. An average of 11 points per game. 66 points in 6 games. 39 placement points. 27 kill points. Destiny in 4th. And Nexus in 5th. So yeah, on that note, I'm going to go for a break, guys, but I will be back for game number 3 in a couple of minutes. Don't go away. There's more PUBG Mobile Pro League action coming your way. Well, Pro League Scrims action coming your way. back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL EU West Scrims. Paul, we're 2 hours into the stream and we've had 2 games, so hopefully we'll have game 3 pretty soon. It is due to start very soon, so we hopefully will be able to get into it soon enough. Otherwise, I hope you are all enjoying the games so far. Game 1 was won by Conqueror in Sanhok. Game 2 was won by Destiny. Game 3, we do reintroduce 4 teams into the mix as we swap out. 4 teams, and we bring back in 4 teams. So to give you guys an idea, game 3 is indeed going to be groups A, B, D, and E. So no Unicorns of Love, no Black Sparks, no GSG Europe, and no RESQ. But we do reintroduce Group D. Lost Bullet, QATAR Forces, ScrimFarm, and RESQ. That playing path is pretty, a little bit painful. It's very heavily on the east, going from the direct east over onto pretty much the direct south, to be fair. So a lot harder if you want to land between Severny, George Paul, etc. Lot of good teams like to land around the eastern... a lot of good teams in these lobbies like to land around the eastern side of the map. So I don't think it's going to be too much trouble, but there is going to be probably a battle in Lipovka between Lakonostra MVP and UMBRA. RESQ dropping to Milda, as that's generally unoccupied. OPTIMUS eSports going for a split drop, and indeed Gaijin Seraphim and Lakonostra MVP are battling. Well, we see GAMELORD and ScrimFarm both dropping in Yasnaya. That phase 1 circle. What the hell is that, baby? What the hell is that? Could that be any more painful to the playing path? That's not even a southwest circle. That's like a southwest circle. Like, that's like a south-west circle. That's crazy. Oh, let's go. Now I'm going to be very curious of rotations that come out from a number of these teams, right? Ferry Pier, Primorsk, the north and south of Quarry. You have the hill that's to the north of Ferry Pier is going to be very important for these teams to position themselves towards. Nexus, who like to land on the coastline of the mainland, will probably be one of the teams with the easiest drop spots, to be fair. And then for the teams like GAMELORD and ScrimFarm, how they're going to rotate, being all the way in Yasnaya, because they have a pretty long journey ahead to enter into the circle. Takes does have to be careful about a wandering Conqueror side. They are aware that Conqueror do like to go around the farm building, so they definitely won't be looking for a fight early on. But again, I'm super curious of how RESQ are gonna rotate into this phase 1. The new of GAMELORD staying quite safe. ScrimFarm are very spread out though across the center and eastern side of Yasnaya. Very heavily spread out. Essentially 1-1 split. Clown is, I wouldn't say under pressure, but he's on his own. If he gets caught out, he's most likely going to go down straight away. UMBRA didn't seem to get into a fight with Lakonostra MVP, as Fox lost his life at the hands of Lanu. Clown is down to half health. I'm just going to turn the sound down a bit. Kashi of GameLord at least is somewhat traded as a not gonna kill from ScrimFarm. Actually, no, just a knock. But it should be a kill. Considering... Oh, Lanu from a distance with the UMP. Finds Clown. Gonna slow down ScrimFarm and possibly allow GameLord to re-enter the buildings with Monsos and Victor pushing forward. All the while, as the blue zone of phase 1 is starting to rotate, Optimus Esports have 2 players in Watertown. Lanu gets knocked down, and Panda are rotating through the headshot hills. Didati gets dropped to his knees. He gets confirmed up. Because Akashi was revived, it is still a 3-man team for GameLord. However, a little bit of a stray grenade does knock down Akashi once again. And Clown with a beautiful low ball nade leaves Monsos left in his own. Lanu gonna... Oh my lord. The revive of a century. But is that worth it? Is that really worth it? Suppose it possibly is because of how far away they were from the rest of their team. I think it was worth it getting the revive onto Lanu. We'll keep them up as a duo. And it's going to be a clean 2v2. But those grenades from Clown were perfect. So perfect. Victor's still yet to be confirmed, though, to be fair. So if Victor can get revived up off the back of GameLord winning this team fight against ScrimFarm, that would be really good. For ScrimFarm, working on their aggression is massively important, but as a duo, that's going to be hard for them to contend with. Monso's going on the roof of the building. I low-key don't agree with this, because there's a time to be strategic and there's a time to be aggressive, and I just don't think this is the time to be strategic, right? Lanu could get the Victor, so could Monsos, but instead Monsos is on the roof and Lanu is staying safe because they're so afraid to get information. They're so afraid to take a chance. These are just scrims, right? It doesn't matter if you go down early in scrims. Test yourselves, push yourselves. My eyes, that's a bit poor from GameLord. Quite poor. You know, these are scrims. Go for it. Like, I may be a bit critical, but still go for it. Like, who the hell cares what I think, right? You know? But then again, by me saying go for it, you know, you can also say, well, I don't care what you think. I still believe that there's a strong relevancy to the point I make, which is these are scrims. Go for it. Push yourself massively. Especially with the blue zone as well of phase 1 closing. And it's not going to be any easier for both of these teams to enter the circle. Hello, Ellen Jensen. How are you getting on? Hope you're well. There's no Unicorns of Love in this game 3, unfortunately. Ellen, you missed the first 2 games. Well, yeah. Stalemate between these two sides and Yasnaya. Well, we're getting towards the end of phase 1. Destiny and Umbra both rotating in a similar path line by the North George Bridge. Mazzaro is ahead of Swave with Mishi, Beast, and Nashi very close behind. It does seem like above everything, Destiny have seemed to have got somewhat the better of Umbra, because Swave did get bridge camped by Mazzaro extremely effectively, and PRZ is low on health but yet to get knocked down, while the rest of PRZ, Talon and Prolord. Okay. All the while in the center, as phase 2 shifted up, it did go back up to north east, so it is predominantly going to be a south western finish. Hello, just Gab. How are you getting on? Hello, Sebastian. I wrote that right when they died to the blue. Yeah. Hey, Johnny. Thank you very much. UDR in a really good spot. And I like the fact that they're, you know, going out in the open of their compound position, right? Ulysses pushing out a bit, not relying on the four walls of the buildings, right? You know, spreading out, creating a controlling area, getting information on a team, rotating by. Yeah, okay, the risk is there of kind of low-key getting caught out, but in my eyes, it's worth it for the information you're going to be able to gather. Nexus, going on to the position, one of the positions that I massively talked about at the start of the game, which is the hills above Ferry Pier, because there's a lot of protection there, as you can see them, and spread out. I would like to see them actually spread out a bit more, because it's only phase 2, right? Have one a little bit more to the west, one a little bit more to the west, to the east of the hills. Again, a bit like UDR, the risk of one of them getting caught out is definitely going to be harder, but I feel like when you're talking about phase 2 and creating a controlling position and getting information on that, the benefit outweighs the negative. When phase 3 shifts, if it stays with them in the circle, yeah, moving together closer, cool. But phase 2, don't be afraid to spread out a little bit more. No, this is the third match, Jackie. This is the third match. What do you think about Lakonostra MVP Alicio? I think Ciao Maria. That's what I think. Bindi. Hey, Swapnil, how are you getting on? Why it seems like teams are not taking the scrim seriously? I think they are taking it seriously, to be honest. It's all those scrims are all about testing yourself, though, Escanor. So it's about trying different things. It's about being overly aggressive. It's about pushing yourself. You know, it's not that they're not taking it seriously, but it is about pushing yourself. Great rotation from Destiny on the direct western coastline. It's so intuitive, because on that phase 2 shift up the northeast, it was always going to put more teams, like, basically towards the technically the more popularized areas, Gatka, Pachinki Hills, the Chopstick compounds, right? So by Destiny utilizing the western coastline, yeah, okay, the fear is there that they were going to be getting a lack of information, but based on this phase 3 shift, which has gone massively down south towards Ferry Pier, their entry point into the circle is going to be easy peasy lemon squeezy. Still with a lack of information, but it's easier than the teams that are on the edge / outside the circle on the north. Satan of QATAR forces getting taken out by Nexus. Nexus are still inside the circle, to be fair. So they're going to be able to gatekeep a couple of teams that are on the kind of eastern side of the map outside the circle. Manipulate the traffic, push teams back, stay where you are, and stick somewhat closer together. Remember what I said about their position between phase 2 and phase 3. You can definitely do something with that. Hey, Royale, how you getting on? I mean, for the early fights, late rotations, again, it's still trying something. Dude, hello, Royale. Thank you so much for the 25 HRK. How you doing, my friend? Thank you so much for the super chat. Much love to you, bro. Much love to you. UDR Killers are now outside the circle while ScrimFarm go for a desperate rotation as a duo. They lose one. Clown's left on his own. And there's another team rotating close by, and all he can do is hope that he isn't going to get chased by the side of Optimus Esports. Optimus Esports might turn around and look for it, but it seems like Clown is going to get away with that one. Gaijin Seraphim holding on to a really solid compound. I would recommend that they send one player up the hill, though, to the north of them. I would advise that massively. Love from Nepal. Love to you and all in Nepal, Binod Singh. There's a little bit of lack of information from Optimus Esports, but still a good position rotated to on the ferry pier terrain. Yeah, Gaijin Seraphim, send 1 or 2 players up that hill, in my opinion. Definitely. Let's turn this down a bit. I think it's a little bit loud. Okay. Let's go Nexus, Nexus and Crispy are so nice and loving human beings. Lots of love. Don't you mean Nexus? Don't you mean Rice Gang? Yeah. Hey, hello, Troy. What's with the bro? Just super chats, you absolute amazing human. Thank you so much, dude. You know, I know it's not much, but it really means a lot, man. It really does mean a lot, my friend. Seriously. Thank you. Thank you. So phase 4 shifts into a central position of the circle quarry terrain. You have the Chungus Mountains and Nexus. Dexter goes on to Azzy. Marty's taken out, and that is Conqueror wiped out of the lobby. Nexus working really well on their position. Like I recommended, just stay together, push teams back. In that case, it wasn't a team pushing back, it was a team pushing in, and it still took them out. A little bit of a similar situation as Lakonostra MVP went on to Destiny's spot, and they got caught out. Destiny with a couple of players knocked down. We could see Optimus Esports take advantage of that and look for a bit of a cheeky third party, while QATAR forces in a fantastic spot inside this circle. A lot of information being provided. You know I'm always good, bro. How are you? I am absolutely fantastic, my friend. I'm absolutely fantastic. ScrimFarm, dude, man. Dude, with the $50, man. Super chat, dude. What's with that, man? ScrimFarm, there's no need for the super chat, bro. Thank you so much. I'm a little bit blown away. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. There's no need for that, dude. I'm a little bit speechless, but I have to get back into this casting this game as Optimus Esports are going to engage onto Destiny. Nice play inside the U as Muzzy goes down, as Mazzara is going to deal with that one. The player, 2 players with M's in their name are going to fight up, and it is going to be Mazzara that comes out on top. UDR and Nexus also fighting. Or Rice, actually. Rice Gang Nexus. Destiny only has Beast knocked down while the other 3 players are alive. Caster gets dropped to his knees. Great peeks from Mishi. Now he's going to cook up a grenade in the direction of Salazar while he nearly gets caught out, but it's going to find Muzzy. Muzzy with the pre-fire shots works out for him. Still have a couple of players of Destiny left alive. Mazzaro trying to heal up. Noshi getting the revive on the Beast. Noshi's going to push forward. That's going to be the squad wipe. And that is Optimus Esports taking too long to take advantage of Destiny. And Destiny once again showing why they have the potential to be one of the top teams of PMPL. Massively dealing with the teams around them in a very effective manner. Zach is here. Well, hello, Zach. How are you getting on, my friend? We're down to 10 teams, 28 players. Nexus, QATAR Forces, Gaijin Seraphim. One last player have lost. Then you have Eastern Stars, Destiny, ScrimFarm, Team UMBRA, Panda, and UDR Killers. UDR Killers getting rid of Rice Gang in a fight that was on our kill feed. Seemed to do it in very dominating fashion. Now they have to push into the circle from the north as it shifts down south Still the hills in the open as Nexus are going to go for a bit of a wild rotation in towards the center of the circle. I hope they don't send the full squad there. Only one player would be advisable in that position, in my eyes. You control the east, guys. You control the east of this map. Gets taken out just like that by Lord of Gaijin Seraphim. Nice protection of the compound as Panda are going to go in blind. They're going to go in deep. But I respect that, right? I respect that. Don't know how long it's going to last for as Linnea gets knocked down. I believe that could be a beautifully cooked grenade. It does get a tickle of damage onto the last remaining player, Panda, but it's not enough to get the confirmation just yet. GK the first is left alive. Clown, the last player of ScrimFarm, is now going to be gate-kept on the edge of this phase 5 circle by Team UMBRA and UDR. Ulysses is going to get caught out, though. That's not the best. It's a nice one by Clown, not afraid to take a couple of shots. Destiny onto Eastern Stars. Prada gets knocked. Nice awareness from GK the first. Again, not being afraid to take the shots, not being afraid to throw a grenade out there. Doesn't connect onto Laura, but he is doing enough to give him time to suppress the players of Gaijin Seraphim. I talked about Nexus. They probably didn't want to go too deep into the circle, but they'd gone right for the middle, and I kind of agree with it, but I also kind of don't agree with it because they held onto the eastern side of the circle so much. UDR takes down the last player of Panda. 8 teams left, 22 players. UDR are now going to play down towards the compound where Gaijin Seraphim holds onto. Pocus, you gotta know where you want to go, my friend. You can't really drive around like that. Hello, Royale with the 25 HRK super chat. We already saw how you grow your beard. You should do eyebrows next. Kidding, bro. You deserve even more donations. Come on, guys. Let's spam donations. No. There's no need for that. I do this for your pleasure, for your entertainment, for the love of it as well. But thank you very much for the appreciation as UDR is going to lose another player. ScrimFarm's Clown still left alive as the circle shifts on over to the western hillside. Outside Quarry, Destiny and Nexus are going to be there. Now UDR are going to look to surround QATAR forces. QATAR forces really don't have anywhere to go. Run of Nexus staying prone down while the rest of Nexus trying to make a bit of noise, but Sushi gets knocked out by the last player of a loss as PRZ with the boogie has to get out just in time. Will go down from Clown. I love how opportunistic Clown is being outside of these circles. He's been such a thorn in the side across the board. 8 teams left, 18 players. Destiny still have a full squad. Super chats from Hello to Royale are popping off, you beautiful human. Thank you so much. Best caster there is. Ellen with the 100 NOK. Bro, Norwegian Crow. Ellen, there's no need, but thank you so much. I'll tell you what though, there's need for Destiny on 8 kills so far. Still have a full squad. There's need for them to close out this squad fight on the Nexus. They need to control the southern side of this circle. Because when you look at this phase, every single one of these teams are on the edge. Nobody's playing the center because there's nothing to play for in the center of this phase 6 circle. QATAR forces moved away and are into the northeastern edge of this phase 6. The last player of a Lost has managed to get himself into the top 5 while Gaijin Seraphim Mishi goes down, and that's it. 5th place for Gaijin. 4 teams left, make that 3 as the Lush gets found out by Mazzaro. UDR Killers going up against Destiny, going up against QATAR forces. Destiny, Mazzaro is getting the revive on the beast, but that will kiss still keep themselves up as a full squad. Blow up the vehicles. Give yourself that level of protection. But unless the phase 7 goes in your favor, it could bite you in the butt. Not having that vehicle to move into the circle with, even if it's just a couple of meters. The circle does shift over to the west. QATAR forces are out of there. And Destiny, they're going to be able to play in the south, because let's not forget, they were in this area previously, so they should have all the confidence in the world to play on the southwestern edge of phase 7. But UDR Killers, they have the low ground. They have the northern side of this phase 7 tip. They have the northern side of this phase 7 covered, while Mazzaro keeps the last remaining players of QATAR forces. It's a 2-2 spread. Destiny are looking good. Will they get the back-to-back chicken dinners in day number 2 of the Pro PMPL EUS Scrims? Lovely grenade from Mishi of Destiny. Kobe through onto Nano, gets knocked down. Ulysses is left on his own, and if Nano can possibly crawl towards Ulysses, that revive might come out, but Mishi is aware. Mishi is aware. Mishi knows what's going on. Mishi knows that Nano's going to be crawling away, and Nano gets confirmed, and Mishi now knows that the last remaining player is left alive, and that is QATAR forces Yusef, and it's just gonna leave Ulysses of UDR Killers standing in once again a 1v4. Destiny, back-to-back chicken dinners, back-to-back wins, back-to-back dominance, as a full squad are left in this game. 17 kills and a win for Destiny in game number 3. A fantastic chicken dinner from them. Seriously, so good. The way they pushed, the way they controlled, the way they rotated on the western side of the map, right? Law of percentages. Playing path on the east, phase 1 on the west. Big Brain tells you that there's going to be little to no teams on the western side of the map. So what do Destiny do? Yeah, okay, they take their time to rotate. I don't think it was actually that long of a rotation, to be fair. They take out one of the UMBRA players. They reposition Team UMBRA to the eastern side of Everest. They weren't to know that, but they still had an idea by getting that kill. It was going to be creating more space, but they didn't slow down. They didn't look for the fight against Team UMBRA. What they did is they focused on what was in front of them. And what was in front of them was a rotation. What was in front of them was playing for the circle. And when phase 3 went down south, yes, 1,000 times, yes, they were able to enter around the quarry region. Then it was all systems go from there. Let's have a look at the highlights from this game number 3 in Erangel. UDR Killers, let's be fair, they had a good game. They had a very good game. A very good game. Like, they had a very good game, UDR Killers did. Because they took out Conqueror. They pretty much dealt with, I wouldn't say they dealt with QATAR forces, but they dealt with UMBRA with the help of Clown and ScrimFarm. And they got themselves second place. I think it could have been a bit better from UDR Killers, right? It could have been a little bit more focused. It could have been a little bit more cohesive, because it seemed like they were trying to take too many fights at once, and they were kind of in that position where they low-key had to be aware of what was going on, but you still have to be focused on one fight at a time. But you can see the results from that game number 3 today, and game number 8 in total. Destiny, as you saw, with 17 kill points, 32 in total. One shot UDR in second place with 20 points in total, 8 kills. QATAR Forces with 14 points. Gaijin Seraphim, 0 kills, but still 8 placement points nonetheless. And Nexus Gaming, I wouldn't say they missed out on the biggest opportunity, but I think if they had played more on the eastern edge of the circle rather than the center like we saw them pull out, it probably would have been a bit better for them because they still had a full squad at that point in the game. But this is the overall standings for all of these teams after 7 games played. Destiny with 2 chicken dinners pulled themselves up onto the top of the overall standings, 95 points in total with 52 placement, 43 kill points. Lakonostra MVP in second place with 72 points. Team UMBRA moving up to 3rd on 70. Nexus up to 4th in 68. And Conqueror dropping down to 5th on 67 points because Conqueror started today on the top of the standings. Sorry, in second place actually. They moved up to 1st after game 2. They're down to, after game 1, should I say, in there. They are dropped down to 5th. Unfortunately, a poor game today. But, whoa, okay, that's a little bit weird. Okay, that's just me. That's me, my music. Okay. Look, on that note, I'm going to once again go for a break. But, I will be back for game number 4 of the day. I think I'm going to be joined by Maxman in about 4 or 5 minutes, okay? So see you guys then. Let's get straight into this game number 4, the first of 2 Miramar games. While the playing path is coming on through, which is of course a very healthy playing path, I do need to take a second to make a little bit of a call during the live, in the sense of a call to arms, so to speak. There's not much time left until the end of registration. Haven't signed up for the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship Tournament yet? Then run to assemble a team from university. Take a seat on board of the last group. Don't miss the chance to register on the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship Tournament, because there's not much time left until the end of registration for the last qualifier group. Your university team is ready, but you still haven't signed up for the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship Tournament yet? What the hell? Okay, I think I was meant to just put like one of those out, but long story short, if you're currently studying in university or college, you can sign up, you and your team can sign up for the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. There's money on the line, and it's a good chance to earn a little bit extra. You can check all the info out on the link that I've just put in chat. Now that I've gotten the plug out of the way, I can focus on the game. Sorry about that. I hate doing plugs like that, but it has to be done. Anyway, Eastern playing path in phase 1. We also see, as far as you know, Optimus Esports and RESQ are fighting on the eastern side of the on Cruiseval, should I say specifically. While we do have a couple of the GML players going up against Unicorns of Love, I would say that Robs and Victor are a bit pinched overall against Unicorns of Love. But Akashi is making his way up on bike. Lovely shots by Fresh with the AKM as well. And there you go, Agon finds Akashi. I don't get what Akashi was hoping to accomplish, in my opinion, going up like that on bike. No information, nothing to go for. In my opinion, it was silly by Akashi. Same with Lanu, to be fair. Same with Lanu. Gonna beg for mercy. Now gonna go for this 1v2. Lovely shots by Beg for Mercy. Pre-fire as well at the perfect time to knock down Lanu. Lanu can do nothing about it. Optimus Esports, I don't know what it is about these games that, like, I'm all for testing yourselves in scrims, but you also have to be able to test your rotations and test your positioning in phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. If you're constantly fighting on a drop spot, it's not going to help you. Like, please, Optimus Esports, change your drop spots, please. Rice Gang, Versace, Nexus, and Cakes. Cakes is across the road, while Halzino of Optimus Esports is going to be on the... It's not a graveyard, is it? It's more like a... It looks like a picnic area for... Unicorns of Love still taking their time to push heavily onto GameLord, recognizing that it's still only 3v4, so they could lose the fight. Great grenades by Agon to tickle Akashi. The first one knocked him down in the second. Victor's now going inside the building. Beg for Mercy and Agon playing him wonderfully well together. Although Beg for Mercy gets knocked down, Agon finds the last players of GameLord, and that's a sweet squad away. Very well played from Unicorns of Love. Good coordination. The teamwork of Agon and Beg for Mercy was absolute fire, to be perfectly honest. Like, absolute fire. Great grenade by Versace to knock down Salazar. Caster can can still do something in this area. And Molotov being thrown out as well around the same direction. That's a good Molotov to throw out. Not the perfect Molotov, but it's a good Molotov. Not enough to massively connect. Caster has Versace a little bit pinned down. But a grenade by Muzzy or Salazar, if you have it, could definitely work out. As Versace switches over to the M24 and gets a shot on the Caster, going to send him back. Great play by Versace while Cakes and Nexus join up. Well, more so Nexus than Cakes. Cakes is sticking onto the other side of the road, which I do actually kind of agree with, to be fair. There might come a time where, yeah, she does have to come across, which she does now. And good timing by Cakes. Good timing. They did push when they got the first knock, Ellen. They pushed when they got the knock on Kashi. They pushed perfectly. Before that though, they couldn't guarantee because 3v4 is still, you know, it's still a little bit risky. Versace nearly sees a couple of Optimus Esports players. Be careful. Yeah, you can't just spray into smoke like that when you know you have a couple of players from the opposing team looking in your direction. Nice shots by Nexus. Catches off Salazar really nicely. Sees Muzzy peeking. Wait for him to have to reload. Yeah, okay, then he re-peeks. Good play by Nexus. Great awareness of the clips. He's playing on a perfect side while the players of Optimus Esports go upstairs. They're going upstairs, one to miss. Cakes is still staying on the other building across the way. Going to look for a little bit of information while Muzzy maybe going to get on the roof of the building. I like that by Muzzy. Optimus Esports, they do have the body advantage. 3v4, I can't seem to get up there. Muzzy, you're wasting time, my friend. You're wasting time. You're wasting momentum. Lovely drop shot by Caster. Kicks things off against the side of Rice Gang. Knocking down Nexus. Versace also gets dropped. Cakes gets finished off. And that is going to be Rice Gang wiped out of the lobby in this game 4 of Miramar. Optimus Esports redeeming themselves a little bit with a good engagement. Now Conquer, off the back of what was realistically a poor game 2 and a poor game 3, want to get back on track, get back to winning ways in this Miramar game. They are known to be pretty good in Miramar. And they're right in the pretty much center of this phase 1. A lot of the east is unoccupied. Makes it easy for Black Sparks to rotate around the eastern coastline. Impala area. RESQ are down to the west of Impala. And Nexus are playing around La Bandita. Still the El Azahar hills are unoccupied. Optimus Esports would have been delayed going there because of the fact that they were fighting against Rice Gang, which is what has allowed QATAR forces, that domino effect, to get past them. The circle shifts to the east on phase number 2. Junkyard, Minas Generalis, all very much within the circle. And then you have the molehill of Impala. I call it the molehill because it looks like a mole on someone's face or someone's body. And the molehill of Impala is very much open, and Nexus sends 2 players there. You do like the Miramar map simples because of its rotation. It's very tricky to rotate on though because of the harsh terrain in Miramar. You really have to be careful. But I think Miramar is a really good test of a strong rotational team, to be fair. A very strong rotational team. Eastern Stars taking shots on to the side of UDR. A knock comes through onto Aethys, and a confirmation puts Eastern Stars down to 3. UDR are pretty good in Miramar as well. I remember the EMEA League game in which I think they got like 17 or 18 kills, if I'm not mistaken. It still didn't put them in the position at that point in that tournament where they needed that they were going to qualify for the finals, but at the time it was a sign of what they could do. And I've always looked at them as a pretty solid Miramar team since then. There can still be snakes in Miramar, Sebastian, to be fair, but it's a different kind of snake. More calculated snake, in my opinion. It's more intelligent snake than Sanhok. Miramar is Romanian's map. Fair enough. You know, let's see if a Romanian team will win. It's not going to be Eastern Stars, though. Sorry, bro. Not at the moment. Not with the way they're being put under pressure by UDR Killers and repositioned by UDR Killers as well. Great aggression by UDR as well. Blue Zone is halfway through of closing in on phase 2. 11 teams and 42 players alive. Even though we're down to 11 teams, I would argue that's still a high amount of players left, right? Which is a good thing. And why quality is 360? That's up for you to set it. I can set my quality on the. I'm watching back on the stream, and the quality for me is 1080. So if the quality is 360, then that's on you, my friend. Did you know that Miramar's name came from PUBG developer daughter's name? I didn't know that. I probably did, but yeah. Anyway, phase 3. Where is it gonna go? Whoa, okay. That's a hard shift down the southwest. That is a massive, consider phase that is a hard shift. La Bandita is going to be the place to be. RESQ probably the closest to getting there, but they might stay where they are. Unicorns of Love have a somewhat easy entry point on that road that's dividing Minas and La Bandita, but it might not be wise for them to make that play now. Conqueror are going to wrap around the high ground in Minas to come into a more centralized position. Lakonostra MVP are going to probably stay in the Minas Generalis mountains for now. Don't go into Minas, please. Stay on the very edge of Minas, teams. Unicorns of Love are going to stay on the southern edge of the circle in between either side of the road. It's a good place to go, but it's also quite risky on phase 3. Shots being fired up by Ked. He's come into this game on game number 4. Send RESQ back. It's good, but be careful you don't get caught out yourself. Very healthy for Unicorn Love to create that early space, and they send RESQ right into the armed Nexus. Aimbot gets knocked down, but Dexter's going to return fire, and that's a squad wipe onto RESQ by Nexus. They lose 2, but they'll survive as 2, and that's good for Unicorns of Love, and or argue even a little bit better for Nexus. No, I was watching 1080, then no, for everybody else it's fine. Is anybody else having any issues with the quality of the stream, guys? Please let me know. Conqueror wrapping somewhat around Black Sparks, but Black Sparks have the 4 walls of buildings in play. Optimus Esports and UDR Killers gonna clash on the northwestern edge of the circle, but UDR going to actually go around them, come into the circle, and now Optimus Esports are pinched in between ScrimFarm and UDR. Box onto Salazar. Confirmation onto Salazar. Cool. Thank you very much, Simples, for confirming that. Belen gonna play with a Winchester. Please get a knock onto one of the Conqueror players with a Winchester. That'd be nice. Call that gun a win condition gun. Or, you know. I'm watching in 1080. Thank you, Francesco. The quality's good. I hope you're enjoying the show. UDR! Gonna have to move into the circle. Because I think it's been a far southern shift. And phase number 4 is going to put ScrimFarm under a little bit of pressure as well. But they are going to respond quite quickly to the circle shift. Only 30 seconds or so until the blue zone does start closing in. And it was indeed a hard southern shift. Because even Conqueror outside the circle now. Black Sparks. Send them. Wrapping around. But I know Black Sparks still have to be very aware. Thank you, Ellen, for confirming that the stream looks good. Same with you, Emmanuel Pop. Really appreciate it, guys. Nexus are in the circle. QATAR forces going to be coming in from the east or southeast, specifically. Unicorns of Love still in play. There's no Unicorns of Love still in play. I don't know if Unicorns of Love wrapped over to the west. Rees has an MK14. Must have picked up a juicy loot crate with a ghillie suit and an MK14. Can't go wrong with that. Wheel from Lakonostra MVP onto Capahala. Vito gets caught out, but 2 players of ScrimFarm are going to be dealt with quite effectively. Sava is going to grab the attention of Reeves and go, okay. Grenade being cooked up. That's a lovely grenade over the roof of the building. And another one being cooked up in towards the smoke. That could be overthrown. Overcooked. You've only lost 1. You need to push in as a squad. Uh-oh. There you go. That's going to be the Kobe. It was actually at the hands of Azzy, to be fair. As he found a golden grenade, we turn our attentions to the fight between Eastern Stars and Black Sparks. Octavian goes down and Black Sparks are eliminated. 7 teams left, 24 players. Nexus defending against QATAR forces. QATAR forces have a lovely spread on the eastern side of this Miramar map. There still has a full squad, but it's a 1-1-1-1 split. That's very risky, of course, but there's a weird level of security there as Reeves goes down. He gets confirmed it was a vehicle blow up by Youssef, and that's where, that's where it's kind of able to help QATAR forces a bit, because they have so much information. They're able to, they're able to kind of pick and choose, and as they're already inside the circle, they don't have to move yet. They don't have to move. Wadia onto Azzy, really keeping the pressure on the side of Conqueror. That's the thing, they're really giving themselves automatically so much more space as the circle shifts over to the east, and Unicorns of Love are going, can't we catch a break? They did play on the side of the road earlier on. Will they look to push in onto Nexus now? Do they know that they are there? They do have a full squad up. No better time to push, but they might want to get rid of Lakonostra MVP first. Lakonostra MVP are, of course, dealing with UDR Killers first and foremost, and the circle shift has favored the 2 remaining players of Conqueror, but Marty has so little to play with in terms of room, in terms of defense, and he has to chuck out a smoke to try and give himself a bit more cover. QATAR forces might want to push in onto the remaining 2 players of Conqueror, because one of their players is outside the circle. They did lose some control of this phase 5 because of it shifting up the northeast, despite it being on their side of the road. Black Sparks. Fourth tip of the circle. Trio. Lost sense for earlier on, but still Hamo, Luffy, and Blend. Left up, Ked gets found out. Dexter finds Beg for Mercy. It's a fight between Nexus and Unicorns of Love. But Unicorns of Love, why are you half-arsing it? Go for the full send. I don't know exactly what happened, but it looked like you were taking your time to really push in onto the compound. Ked, Agon, that's good. Nexus have been taken out, and Unicorns of Love can at least continue on in this game as the two-man team. I still think it's a bit of a mistake by Unicorns of Love. Azzy and Marley feeling the pressure of QATAR forces. Lovely angles being held onto by Youssef. That's what a 2-2 split does at this late stage of the game. They have actually been able to get, Unicorns of Love have been able to get up as a three-man team, to be fair, so they only lost one. They only lost one. That's something to point out. I gone fresh and Ked. It was only Beg for Mercy that went down. Still think they didn't need to lose a player, so there is something missing from that engagement. Still, Unicorns of Love can be happy with what they're trying to do. Seems like Fresh trying to play on the roof and have to take a bit more time as the circle shifts down south into the favor of Unicorns of Love and two of the QATAR Forces players. If I were the two outside the circle, I'd push in on the Conqueror. Why not? Get two more kills even if you're down to two players. Why not? Nano, Lone Wolf for UDR. God damn it, he has nowhere to go. Absolutely nowhere to go. Teams all around him. Teams looking in his direction. Two players of QATAR Forces who are outside the circle have joined up with the rest of their team. The Unicorns of Love might not allow them to get away with that, and they could bite them a little bit in the butt. They've allowed Conqueror a little bit of respite. Marty nearly gets knocked down. Nice shots being fired up by QATAR Forces. As he's shooting in return to push back a couple of the QATAR Forces players. Marley looking to get closer to Azzy. Throws down just in time. Satan has to be careful of what's going on as Azzy finds Wadia, Hamo of Black Sparks, third parties onto one of the Conqueror players. Black Sparks all the while trying to enter into the circle on the north will get punished by Unicorns of Love. 4 teams left, 12 players. That's an average of 3 players per team. However, Conquerors, if they can get Wadia up, which they can, they're going to be still up as a full squad. Azzy now on his own. Nothing he can do in the blue. He goes down. That's Conqueror eliminated in 4th. Still a much better game compared to Sanhok. And now they can rest their weary head and get ready for next game. Final 3 teams left in this game 4 of the day. Unicorns of Love, QATAR Forces, and Black Sparks. Unicorns of Love not presuming they've won this game, but they're also not afraid to take the shots. Yeah, they have the protection of the walls of the building, and Ked is playing on the side of the road. The little dip that he's able to peek and shoot. That off angle from Ked could really help punish Black Sparks and even find a knockdown or two onto the players of QATAR. Fresh onto Satan. Belend gets found out by Ked with the GC grenade. Still, Ked, you want to be careful you don't get knocked by QATAR Forces. First aid being shined up. That could be too little too late, and he realizes that, which is why he's going to move in. Throws out a smoke, gets a first aid kit off. Luffy's aware that he's there, and he gets knocked out off the back of a fantastic grenade. Mistake by Ked. Great theory, poor execution. And he should have pushed in because he had the support of Fresh. Luckily, Fresh finds it, but there was no need to lose a player or have a player knocked down. That instantly leaves it on a 2v4 because there's no way it's worth going for the revive. Your focus has to be on the last players of the team, but no way is Fresh gonna go. No way is Fresh gonna go for the revive. Really? You're gonna leave that Agon on your own? The only player that's comfortably inside the circle, and you're gonna leave him in a 1v4? If that goes towards Unicorns of Love, this is gonna be big brain. This is gonna be big balls play. And the revive is pulled off. QATAR forces are taking their time. They know they have the majority of the circle, so I also understand why they're not going more aggressively. But they've inadvertently allowed Unicorns of Love to get the revive on their third player. I don't know if they actually know that, though, to be fair. There's always a limited amount of information. I know more than they know, to be fair, because I see what they don't see. I can only presume that they're respecting their opponents, they're respecting the team in front of them, and they're not overstepping their mark. 3v3 down to our final two teams. Nice shots by Youssef onto Ked, puts him down to a little bit of health and forces Ked to use another first aid in the final battle of this Miramar game. On the edge of the circle, both teams are playing. Phase 8 is going to pop up, and who's it going to favor? There's a little bit of a dip in front of Agon that he can play towards should he need to go more forward, but if you don't have to, why force yourself into a fortunate position? The circle goes towards, for the most part, QATAR forces, but I believe Agon is still in play. Fresh can do something from the elevated floor of the building, but that building is now outside the circle. Does he stay in that building and allow Agon and Ked to be the bait? If that's going to be the case, they need to do it before the blue zone starts closing in. Fresh gets the first knock on the Shuin, and that's where Agon, Fresh, and Ked needs to push on it. Agon is indeed pushing forward, but don't overextend. Don't get knocked out. Agon gets knocked out by Youssef, and now it's a 2v2. Fresh and Wadia. Sorry, Fresh and Ked, should I say, going up against Wadia and Youssef. Youssef was going for the revive onto Shuin, but that is not advisable. Agon is crawling on over the peak of the hill to get information for his two teammates. Wadia flanked around extremely well in the last circle to try and get a little bit of an off angle and keep the pressure onto Unicorns of Love. Hesitation being piled on through as the blue zone is closing in on phase 8. Still, none of the players that were knocked down have yet to be confirmed, and the revive is looking to be pulled off onto Shuin by Youssef. Wadia is doing a great job of holding back the two remaining players of Unicorns of Love, and Shuin is revived up. Back to 2v3. Agon should have crawled a bit closer and gotten that information. Fresh and Ked, you've hesitated. Agon gets confirmed. It's a 2v3. Unicorns of Love know that. They know that. They've nowhere to run. They're pincered in behind the truck. Youssef takes a bit of damage, but that's still not going to be enough until the knock comes through. Unicorns of Love are pinched, and they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. The rock being the broken down truck, the hard place being QATAR forces in front of them. Phase 9 blue zone is going to start closing in. Some lovely pre-fire shots, but Ked gets dropped. Fresh is left on his own. QATAR forces drive through, and QATAR forces get a fantastic chicken dinner in Miramar. A fully deserved chicken dinner from QATAR forces. They played a 2-2 split for so much of that game. They worked extremely well together. Yes, Unicorns of Love pushed in and fought in a strong way, but that poor execution at the end. Oh, they got the first knock. But they lost the confidence. They lost the confidence in the end, and they allowed the revive to get pulled off. They couldn't push in. Wadia held onto a great side angle. Let's be fair. Let's make no bones about it. Wadia held onto a fantastic side angle for QATAR forces, but I still believe, knowing what I know about Unicorns of Love, that they could have pulled off that victory. They could have. But Fresh and Ked had to do something. They had to take control. Whereas they didn't attempt to take control. They didn't attempt to take control. I will say it was big brain of them to get the revive on the Ked. I will say credit where it's due. That part worked out. And that deserves round of applause. But after that, the final minute was actually a little bit frustrating to watch, to be fair. Looking at the leaderboard, actually, sorry, first the highlights of this last game. It started, so to speak, in the fight between Rice Gang and Optimus Esports, as well as Unicorns Love going up against GameLord. So credit to Unicorns Love. They started with a fight that they won, and they ended the game in the top two with, unfortunately, a fight they lost. Okay. Okay. Thanks for timing them out, Symbols. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, Symbols. Dude, dude, you're like the best mod ever, Simple. Seriously, I love you so much, man. Like, you're like the best mod. Why is there no highlight sound, actually? No highlight sound. Oh, well. Either way, yeah, and in the end, QATAR Forces won. Still, the majority of the points end up going over to Unicorns of Love because of the 12 kills and the 12 placement points. That's 24 in total. As I said, great by Unicorns of Love. It was just knowing what I know about them and knowing their potential. It's just a little bit of a shame. But look, these are scrims, and it's the kind of times, these are the times to improve, to recognize the mistakes, and then to build upon them and to work on them leading up to the PMPL. Again, QATAR Forces, Chicken Dinner, 5 kills, 20 points in total. Black Sparks in third with 16 points with 6 kills. Good. Conqueror, much better game with 11. Luffy from Black Sparks, the highest kills with 5, followed by Yusef. QATAR Forces also on 5. So he got all of the kill points for QATAR Forces. 4 of the Unicorns of Love players are in the top 8 of the kill leaders. Not surprised, to be fair. 4-3-3-2. And the match stats is 800 damage for Fresh, followed by 665 from Azzy of Conqueror. Over 800 damage for Fresh. Pretty good. You wanna come in and you want to try and report somebody for hacking. It isn't gonna work in my chat. Get out of here. Thanks, Simples. Appreciate it, man. Isn't gonna work here. Anyway, this overall standings after these games is Destiny still hold on to the top spot. They didn't play that last game. They're on 95 points. Lakonostra MVP in second with 80 points, 15 points behind, and they have an extra game played. Conqueror on 78. Nexus Gaming are on 75, and UMBRA are also on 75. Unicorns of Love finally making it into the top 8. I think they've been there before, but it's the first time in a while that I've noticed them in the top 8, to be fair. So yeah, game number 4, absolutely spot on. I think we will have game number 5. Game number 5 is going to be coming up soon. And I think Max is going to be joining me for it. So on that note, let's go for a quick break. and I will be back on your screens in roughly about 5 minutes. are straight back into the final game of the day. I don't know why there's just blank. There. Okay, that's weird. There's something up with the production side, but I don't care. Either way, we're back, and I'm with Maxman on the final game of the day. Let's go, Maxman.
Hello. How's it? The best. Hello. Hello, people. How's it going? Oh, yeah, hell yeah. Thank you very much for having me. Yeah, I was supposed to be doing the 2 last games, but I'm just doing the last one because I'm a lazy boy. But that's okay. We're going to be jumping in our last game of Miramar. So we're going to be having back-to-back Miramar. That's interesting for sure. I mean, Miramar is one of the most played maps after Erangel, so I'm completely okay with that one. Playing path is going to be pretty southern. So overall, it's going to be nice to see where teams are going to be playing around. How have been the game so far? I watched it on and off a little bit, but how's it been, man?
They've been pretty good. Impressed with how some of the teams have been engaging and fighting, and the position of some of the teams have been very good. There's a decent bit of confidence. I'm from what I'm seeing from how a lot of teams are playing. There's not that much fear and hesitation. And any kind of hesitation is noticeable because there's not much of it. And honestly, I'm very happy with how good few of these teams are playing. To be fair. On a real quick side note, what is your timer saying on your game?
So the top right timer is which one, the left or the right timer?
The right one that has a time the game is going on for.
Right now I'm at 2 minutes. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah, 8, 9, 10.
Perfect.
11.
I just paused it for like a sec because I was about a second ahead.
Oh.
But yeah, okay. So there's a little bit of fantastic gameplay. Man, I'm just gonna stop talking. You take us through the early parts of this game, my friend Max.
All right. Okay. Oh, damn. He's put in on my back, boys. So we're going to be towards the chapel area of Miramar, which is pretty common area to fight, but not early on, typically. So you're going to have Unicorns of Love and also the side of Gamelords. Monster's going to be spotted away, going to be falling on downs. Ked playing onto the rooftops, making it really hard for Robs to rejoin and regroup with his team, especially to get that res onto Monsos is going to be pretty damn complicated Imperium. But Beg for Mercy, he's ready to join up onto this position. And Beg for Mercy, he was playing earlier and he's playing again today. Ked comes on through with a shotgun, picks up one. Now they know another target's going to be here. Is going to be Victor, the French boy, unfortunately stranded away from his teammates. Molly's coming on through, going to buy a little bit of time potentially for Victor on the top side. But you know, this one Imperium is going to be very hard to sneak away from.
And these teams fought in the same area the last game in Miramar, and Unicorns Love came out on top. And it's a very similar situation in terms of Gamelord, not positioned in the right way, very disconnected, and that was the main reason why they lost the fight in the chapel area to game one, whereas Unicorns Love, they drop as a team.
Wizard Thompson in hand, going to switch over to UC. Got to try and reload both weapons if possible, but didn't have time. Fresh going to go for the push. He's trying to bait it out. Nice. Beg for Mercy falls down to the hands of Robs with the Scar. That's going to be good. Akashi, though, is very far away. Why the hell are you over there, Akashi? Nice jump shot from Victor. That is disgusting. As Gamelord, they are now turning the tides in their favor quite heavily. In fact, Aegon's still going to be there. It's going to be now Robs taking a 5 versus Aegon 1v1, and yet it's not going to be going his way. Aegon clearing this slate clean, baby. And that's the thing. If Akashi was there, this could have been a fight going the way of Gamelord.
And that's the thing with Gamelord, right? Why is it taking him so long for him to join up with the rest of it? Like, if you're gonna go in for a fight as a squad, go in for a fight as a squad. I got that Victor was pinched, and what Victor did was great because he held down, he slowed down Unicorn's Love. But why did Robs go in on his own without Akashi, right? That disconnect, it can't happen in the future. As Akashi gets taken out and Unicorns of Love win the fight simply by dropping as a team and playing as a team.
So Aegon got 3 kills there. Did he get the first kill too? Did he get a full squad wipe on his own, or did he get 3? I'm not sure if he got 3 or 4. I don't remember who got the first kill.
But I still wouldn't call it. I wouldn't call it a full squad wipe on his own. I would call it. He got 2 of the kills on his own, definitely. But I wouldn't call it a full squad wipe on his own.
Okay. Hey, man, we're casters. We're supposed to blow things out of proportion. That's what we do best.
But it's Aegon. I don't want to give... He already has enough of an ego. He doesn't need more of an ego.
Okay, bro. Like, okay, you just don't like Aegon. Okay, I get it. It's cool, man. It's cool. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna see a hashtag boycott Imperium in Twitter at some point. That's gonna be trending. I'm telling you. Bro.
He knows I love him. He knows I love him.
Yeah. It's a love or hate kind of situation. We're good to go. But other than that, we didn't talk too much about the circle, especially with the southern plane path. Of course, when you look at this same plane path and the circle, I think that teams that want to go for a very safe option into the circle go straight up north into the western side of the circle. That's really standard. It's very normal. So I'm hoping to see a team see the opportunity because even in the scrims I was doing, even though the scrims I was doing early in Imperium like a completely different kind of grade of teams compared to what we have now, it's still something that I think that into the European region is missing compared to the likes of, Eastern teams that do really good of finding good entry points. I think the EU region, that's maybe something they can tend to improve on. So I'm going to be looking towards that at least coming into these type of scrims.
Definitely, and that's why, I've really tried to keep an eye on how, even though these are scrims and all that jazz, and there's always going to be an element of pushing yourself, trying different things. I've really been trying to keep an eye on how teams are entering into the circle, the timing of their rotations, how they're wrapping around. Like, for example, Destiny, who've won 2 games today so far. They won back-to-back. One in Sanhok, one in Miramar. One in Sanhok, one in Erangel. Both of those games really were a great mix of entering into the circles, kind of the first 3 phases extremely well positioned, but also being very well aggressed and very, very well, sorry, I'm not even finding the right words. They were playing extremely well together in an aggressive manner onto the teams around them and controlling positions. So that's what I've been looking out for, and a number of these teams are impressing me in that regard. Because I think you're right, compared to the Eastern teams, that's what the EU teams can be lacking.
I think the EU teams, though, the thing that really goes really heavily in their favor is the fact that their aggressive nature and their synergy is really strong. I think that's their speciality, but I still think in that regard, Eastern teams may be a little bit better. But you know what? It's cool. We got some Eastern teams, like the likes of Na'Vi. Western teams like the likes of Na'Vi, Class Digital Athletics, like so many teams that are rising to the occasion. So this is like the new blood that's being just straight injected into the Western competitive scene. So it's good to see, and this is why these scrims have been put together to give an opportunity for these teams to find a common training ground to hopefully test their skills and experiment a few times. So that's why we're going to be here, just seeing a few things to experiment. I've seen a few experimentations happening in the club open scrims. Weird ones. A lot of weird ones. You saw that first game finish, right?
Yeah, it was interesting to say the least.
It was. I mean, you had no more bullets, but I'm like, oh, okay, fair enough. We had some fun times.
Hey, yeah, you have to try these things, But it's not only the fact that these scrims are there to help the teams practice, but I do think it's that massive evolution of the whole EU scene together, right? Of just that consistency of testing each other, and then you have the mix of them competing in the other international major tournaments throughout the last 6 months coming into the whole of 2021. Man, I'm very, very excited what's to come in the EU scene as the next phase does continue up the northeast, and lots of fine areas to play around, especially El Azhar Hills and their water treatment hills.
The Unicorns of Love, they're taking a little bit of a dip into the blue. It's okay. It's phase 1 going into now phase 2 circle of the blue of Miramar. So it's overall okay, but I just hope that they're not going to be stretching it too long. We saw in a PMGC League stage that could hurt a few times, especially RRQ. Well, that's typically when I used to curse them. But other than that, it is something that can hurt you quite a bit. XM also up northwest, they're going to be good for their wide rotation towards Torre Ahumada, which is exactly the rotation I was talking about. So it's going to be pretty standard as they did go around the side of La Cobriera. Also, Rise Gang, didn't talk too much about them. I want to say 2 things about Rise Gang. 1, they got a great position in circle. 2, their team name is absolutely awesome.
I know,
that's my point.
Yep. I think leading in with the team name would have been a much better first point.
No. The second point must be the best point. That's why I said it, man. Yeah, that's it. Okay, position good, but man, team name even better. Yes, big pog.
Yes. And they're a team with a lot of good potential. I know they're working on a lot of things, and I've actually been even advising them a little bit in the back line when it comes to rotations and drop spots on a couple of maps. Not Miramar specifically, to be fair. So if they do bad in Miramar, you can't blame me, so to speak, but I have been just
Imperium.
give them a little bit of advice, so to speak.
I got an idea, an evil idea, by the way.
Yeah.
So you keep telling me like sometimes talking with the players and you're trying to give them advice a little bit and trying to help
Just
them out.
a little
bit, that's something you tend to do, which is cool. That's your personality and that's how you like to do it. But one day, imagine like on April Fools, like one day next year, hopefully, and you just tell them, "Oh, dude, you got to do that drop location," and you tell every single team to go to that one drop location. And you got like 60 teams in a comp.
God. Oh my god.
It's like, bro, I heard for game one that compound's going to be uncontested. And you tell that to every team. It's like, you got 16. Like, dude, bro, what?
Dude. Why does that have to be April Fools?
Oh, bro, that would be even more evil. They'll hate you. Oh.
I wouldn't be trusted ever again in the world of PUBG Mobile competitive. Like, it would be a great retirement note to end on. Like, you know, if I was like retiring from casting in a number of years.
Go out with a bang, yeah.
Yeah, go out with a bang, of course. But RESQ putting the pressure onto UDR Killers, and I like that 3-1 from RESQ, right? Having cakes a little bit forward just to keep the pressure on UDR while the rest of the team kind of go a little bit more in towards the circle. Good play for a little bit of time from RESQ so far in the game, as UMBRA are setting themselves up for a really strong position inside this phase 2.
So I want to be a little bit critical here because we're here to be critical too, Imperium. We're not here to be just nice. We're here to trash talk also from time to time because I like that. You know, I'm a guy that trash talks a lot. I was looking at Destiny there, and they were taking shots from a distance. I believe they had a bunch of maybe SLRs, mini 14s, or even M4 if they go for long distance shots. That's fine and one taps. They were staying prone and not moving. That is something that I would say if you want to be a lot better on those kind of situations, take shots and continuously move. Otherwise, you're going to be a target. Yes. And if someone has the perfect angle, your head is going to fly right off. So it's just a little tip for not only Destiny, but any team and also you guys at home. Take shots, move. Take shots, move. Take shots, move. If you're staying stationary and if one player has the perfect angle, even with an M4 is like a crappy scope, he's still going to take your head right off. So Destiny, there was a little something that was a little bit alarming, but nothing too scary. As El Azahar finished, hey, those are rare. We don't see those often. And
the heals of El Azahar are massive to play around because if you like, there's actually a consistent elevation from where RESQ are up to GSG Europe. It's a little bit like shooting range or the kind of prison hills, only a little bit more elongated. Just always in higher elevated points. So for like, you know, RESQ, Gaijin and UMBRA, they're not in the safest of spots despite them being in towards the center of the circle.
You just take the hills of prison and you just stretch it like a curly whirly, and there you go. This is the position like this, man. Curly whirly, you know. I'm working out. I'm on a diet. I can't have chocolate and caramel now. It sucks, man. I hurt myself. I hate this so much. But yeah, at the end, also ScrimFarm, they're gonna have to be on the move hopefully soon enough. UMBRA gonna be popping into the kill feed. Also up against GSG. This is still a RAB GSG, right? This is the full name is still a RAB GSG.
It's GSG Europe. It's just
GSG in Europe now. Okay.
It's just GSG Europe, yeah.
Okie dokie, GSG Europe. I still like it. It feels good to see some OG names. And also saw Law over there. So it feels good to see that guy still into the scene as PRZ. No, my Spanish friend taken down. Feels bad, man. Oh well. He's going to get back up, hopefully. Oh, no, I take it back. He's not.
Well. He just cast a curse to Max. He cast a curse
man, cast a curse one day, cast a curse forever, man. Okay, I can't run away from it. PMPL teams, you better be ready for me.
Beg for Mercy gets knocked down at the hands of GSG Europe, picking up another kill for themselves on the edge of the circle, but Unicorns of Love. Ked is going to look for the pre-fire shot, and Delito catches him out, and that is sometimes Unicorns of Love's downfall, right? They are so strong as a team, and they have a massive amount of potential, but sometimes they play like a tier 4 team on the way they engage. They'll go one by one, or they'll be scared, you know. I know these are scrims, but that was just so poor from Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, they rotated really late, and that's the issue. You rotate really late into a circle like this, you're going to struggle to find a position. You're going to have to fight for it, and unfortunately, that fight didn't quite go their way. ScrimFarm still taking that fight. Ditati into this position. There you go. Savas there to confirm it with his teammate. Clan into a good position too. Unfortunately, where are they, Imperium? Answer is they're in the blue zone. Is that good? Answer is no. They got to move away. So hopefully they're going to be on the move very, very soon. Fresh, though, actually in a really good position was Erangel. I like that. Is actually making it very hard for GSG Europe to actually fight back and get some opportunities. Circle goes back to the Curly Wordy Heels. I like the name, Curly Wordy Heels. That's a cool name.
Yeah.
As Team UMBRA going to be onto the move. But PRZ is down. My Spanish friend, no, he's gone. But RESQ is still really good. Very good spread, though. Imperium, I think we can both agree. They need to regroup now. They are stretching themselves a little bit too thinly, which I'm not happy with right now. The circle's too small for that.
I don't mind Hyper being on his own, but Tick needs to join up with Coyote and Blood massively. For Tick, he's surrounded by the two UMBRA players. You can't let that go against them. You also have Gaijin Seraphim playing around there as well, while UDR Killers full send and their lads are hoping that the circle on the next phase continues up north in their favor. Luckily for Gaijin Seraphim, they're not really going to disengage away from that compound because it's inside the circle and it's a low ground compound, but Talon gets knocked. That's good by Coyote.
Good stuff, good stuff. And actually, the one player of RESQ said to join up. But yeah, he did that. He did it. He's like, oh, Imperium said to do it. I'm going to do it right now. Nice shot. Picks up one, picks up two. Ooh, two body shots coming out from Swave. Good connection. Talon, though, knocked away. Because their spread here is not going to be able to get the res. And if he does, you know that it can very easily get a nice cheeky grenade. So Swave, that is not a res you could really even just fathom of going for. No. It's just not worth it. Tick is not going to go for the flush either because he's like, okay, he's in a position like this. I'm just going to let him bleed out or maybe wait for the smoke to wear out completely, which has been the case now. Swave not going to be looking for the angle whatsoever. ScrimFarm popping into the kill feed, but not for the right reasons, as Rice Gang picking up a few kills along the way. So things are getting a little bit spicy over here. It's Clan and Fox down. Ditati going to be left stranded and alone, having to take that fight solo versus Rice Gang. Versace, despite being a really cool brand of clothing, he's also a pretty damn good player. One good grenade's going to be chucked from a distance. Ditati, maybe. Ooh, a little bit too short. But still, the information. Fox and Clown give the information over to Ditati. They might be able to make it work out.
When you get revived, move away. Always move away.
Oh, in the blue zone. He's going to maybe wait for them to push away. Cakes into the blue. He's going to survive. Yes, he... Oh, no, the blue gets him again. Oh, feels bad, man. Actually, it wasn't even the blue. It was Kapahara from a distance. Okay, fair enough. Clown trying his best to snake his way in forward. Versace... he's not going to be Gucci Gang anymore after this one, that's for sure. He's going to try... Don't get... Oh, why?
Oh, my God.
Ditati?
Yeah.
What is happening here? What? I don't know. Yeah, that was random.
Told you, sometimes, you know, we're seeing some of these kind of like, really? Plays? Like, really? Kind of like tier 4, but hey, look, you know what? These teams will know where they went wrong, and it's up to them to improve it in the lead up to the PMPL, starting in around 6 to 7 weeks. Down to our final 19s, 26 players as we're coming into Phase 5. Unicorns of Love, although they lost 2 players in a little bit of a poor way, they do still have those 2 players up down on the southwestern edge of this circle.
Yeah, RESQ going for a 2-2 split, which I think is a lot better than what they had earlier. They had a 2-1-1. Now it's a 2-2. So I think that's already a lot better. In dips, they're a little bit risky. So they've got to make sure that teams don't get too close to get in nade range. Destiny, though, very, very passive. They know for a fact that this circle, and this is like the bunch of hardest circle shifts I've ever seen in my life, they know they're going to have to cross over the road. And I think that the later you delay it, the harder it's going to be to execute. There you go. Now they're going to have to cross over. Destiny, how do you approach this one? They got cars, which is great. But RESQ, this is already really good. Make sure the blue team, I don't know if the full name, Seraphim?
Gaijin Seraphim.
Gaijin Seraphim. Okay, Gaijin Seraphim. Make sure that you gatekeep them, and then you're good to go.
I actually agreed with Destiny's position in the last circle. Why? Because across the road, the elevation point is still at roughly the same level as on the other side of the road where the likes of RESQ were. And leaving until the next circle shift, they're actually going to be able to play on the low ground leading up the hill, and they should actually be able to go into those peek and shoots. Plus, because they reacted massively quickly to that phase 5 circle shift, it gave them a good 25-30 seconds to now play in as RESQ are going to engage onto Gaijin Seraphim. Great molly by Coyote.
RESQ actually pushing this? I'm genuinely surprised. I did not think that was going to be something that they were going to be going for. I thought they were just going to play the role of gatekeepers, but it seemed like that's not the case. Molly's onto the roof. Not really where they're supposed to go unless you're Spider-Man, but you know what? I respect it. That's okay. Lord going to be now pushing his way down below. Got himself to Thompson. 50 bullets ready to go at any time. As Lord's going to be very low. Does he have time to res up? That's going to be a no. Tix jumps on through with his own Thompson. Going to go for the spray shots. Prada from a distance is going to be doing God's work, actually. No, RESQ come out on top once again, but look at that. Sneaky Destiny stole the position away of RESQ, and that's why I did not agree with them pushing this, because now they lost priority to the circle.
Yeah, they've lost priority, they've lost the gatekeeping potential, but they're still keeping themselves up as a 3-man squad, while Destiny are going to look to engage onto UDR Killers. And indeed, with a little bit of help, Nano gets knocked down and Pocus is going to stay in the front line. I believe it's Pocus that's left on his own as Panda looking to sideswipe the last remaining player of UDR Killers.
There you go, going for the push. Pocus from down below. Not really the easiest shots to land, and still 0 kills to their name. So if they can try and increase down the finishing moments, that'll be big. Nano knocked away pretty close. Actually, pretty close. It's actually just a few meters away, so could very easily go for the res if need is be. The team should not be able to focus him down. XM, what's their full name, by the way? I just want to make sure I don't... Panda. Oh yeah, Panda's exit man. I remember.
Because XM is Chinese for Panda, as far as I'm aware. That's where the name comes from.
That's the start. I remember that. I just forgot. I was like, hey bro, I use English alphabet. Okay, I'm 2 IQ. That's how I go. But it's true. So yeah, Panda here on the high ground position. I like this 2-2 split. They're trying to make sure that they can't move away. Poker's gonna go for the last second push. Nano did fall away, and Linny is gonna be able to find that one so damn easily. Panda another kill to their name. Because now Circle's about to shift in Purim, but dead center, if the circle goes there, it's not going to be fun to play, which it tends to go actually right now.
Oh, centers up quite nicely. So the only team that's inside the circle is the 2 players of Panda that are on the northern tip. Destiny are in front of them. The gatekeeper isn't going to come on through, while Mishi and the rest of Destiny focus a little bit more heavily onto the side of RESQ, try to play on the outskirts of the building as GK comes in. They're going to third party and they're going in aggressively.
Uh-oh. Mitchie, Mazzaro, also, how's this one going to be working out? They're trying to go for the full-on push. Panda, are they going to come out on top? Seem like they are. Dominantly at that, man. They're looking so scary as a team. He was going to be able to fall down. Mazzaro going to be making God's work with that smoke, but those are going to be enough. They're going to confirm the kills one by one. Another frag going to the name of Mazzaro. Maybe able to claim himself the entire game, this entire lobby. A third one going to his name. Only one remaining on the side of Panda versus Mazzaro. Destiny may be able to come to help from back into the side, and he goes for the spray through, and he gets it. You must be kidding me. Mazzaro, what the hell was that? He cleared the entire team of Panda, one of the best teams in this lobby, and it looked like nothing. It looked easy for Mazzaro.
Mazzaro! Oh my god! The only other thing that I love more, beginning with M-O-Z, is mozzarella.
Hey.
And Mazzaro was popping off on that. That cheesy goodness shine through. Destiny hold on as the duo Mishi and Mazzaro holding on. I love the fact that we think alike, by the way, Max. That was so fucking good. I'm sorry, but that was so good, man.
Hey man, I'm on a diet. All I think about is food 24/7. So this is really my element. And of course, we know the new element that's been added into the elements table is actually mozzarella. It's like M-O-Z. That's a pretty cool one. Anyways, now RESQ started sending a few players downwards. It's going to be taking that position while keeping the rest of the team on the high ground, which I'm okay with. But let's trying to put all your team inside of it, which is going to be... Oh, man, that crate actually might just be golden. That's going to be huge. Tick going to be spotted away. Coyote also... RESQ! Things aren't looking too good. This is why, if you did not go for that fight earlier, you would be in the exact position where Destiny were. And they lose it. Destiny up to 9 kills. I understand why they wanted to go for kills earlier, but in the very end of this game, it hurts them tremendously and takes away their chances of securing himself a top 3 in this 5th and final game of the day.
Credit to Black Sparks and Unicorns of Love, respectively. Both were in the top 3 of the last game in Miramar, and are looking once again to be in the top 3, especially Unicorns of Love in this game, considering the fact that they went down to 2 players pretty early on in this game. But Destiny, they've already won 2 games so far today. Can they make it the World Tour, Max? They've won in they've won in Erangel, they've won in Sanhok. Now they're looking for the chicken dinner in Miramar.
How about Vikendi? Oh, yeah, I forgot. Okay, I forgot. No Vikendi. Big sad, man. Big sad. F's in the chat, boys.
You had to say it. You had to say it.
I just had to,
You
man.
had
I hurt myself. This is gonna be a hard one. Though looking on the side, especially, surprised to see actually Unicorns of Love put himself in a position when they were one of the last teams to rotate. So you know what? For that alone, I gotta say respect because that was not very hopeful. But they are still, as of right now, in a very scary position because they're gonna be one of the first teams to have to rotate. As you're gonna be looking at Air Destiny in a really good position. Yes. It's not going to be looking amazing. Hamo falls on down. Sam4, Luffy still up and ready to go. Luffy, it's time to go. Not even gear second, not even gear third. You have to go gear fourth in this position because you got a lot on your plate. You need to take care of Unicorns of Love right now. Otherwise, your chance of taking a win might just be contested away as Aegon's going to get up with fresh. The mollies are coming on through, not close enough. Unicorns of Love, they got to go for the full send it push eventually, which is what Aegon is going to be doing. He got a knock. He wants to try and get the opportunity. Underhand, he gets it. Barely survives the encounter. But it's still one more on top, and that's going to be Luffy, the only one separating them away from their position, while Destiny are being more and more proactive as they keep continuously pushing their way forward. One great grenade from Michi. Roll to Aegon. That's going to be enough. And they confirm it once again. And the World Tour you just called out, Imperium, will be happening on the 5th and final game of the day as Destiny secure their 3rd win of the day.
So good from Destiny, but just one thing I need to point out in the end, Max. One real quick thing. That cheeky smoke by Aegon that blocked off the sightlines from Destiny allowed him to engage onto Black Sparks, right? That little thing put Unicorns of Love in second. That's why a grenade went down onto Aegon. That's why a grenade was thrown out, because the smoke was blocking, the shots was blocking the angle that Destiny held on. But in the end, a fantastic chicken dinner from Destiny. That's 3 games in a row today. They were coming into the final game today 15 points ahead of second. It's going to be a massive, massive points for them in the overall standings.
So I'm just going to complain real quick about Elevate Gaming in the YouTube chat saying Vikendi is trash. How dare you? I am personally offended. Vikendi is my favorite map. I love snow. I love skiing. Okay, I have a bronze star in skiing. So how dare you? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit heated. Okay, but anyway, it's going to go on now on the few highlights of this game that I got to say were pretty fun. I think the early game was pretty typical, and other than the fight we had happen with the likes of Unicorns of Love and GameLord, that was a little bit out of the ordinary. Hopefully, we're going to see GameLord try and play a little bit more cohesively into the next few days. That'll be fun because these scrims are every Wednesday, right? That's how it goes.
Tuesday.
Today's Tuesday.
Oh,
we're Tuesday. I thought we were Wednesday, bro. Yeah, we're Tuesday,
bro.
I'm 2 IQ. It's okay. Destiny, change subject. Destiny, GG. 27 points. Very good, very good.
12 kills, fully deserved. Unicorns of Love getting 8 kills with that second place. 2 second places in a row, back-to-back in Miramar, which is definitely healthy. To be fair, 20 points in total. RESQ in third with 15 points. On a side note, I do want to give respect to RESQ because even though it didn't go towards them, I do respect the fact that they pushed in. And that they did go for the fight, and that they tried and attempted to clear out a team that they knew could have gotten in their way, right? Because if they hadn't have squad wiped, they technically could have been third party by them against Destiny, right? You know what I mean? So on that regard, I respect it. I don't agree with it like you, because they gave away a dominating position to Destiny. But I respect the fact that they were thinking, okay, we need to clear out the team that we know is around us before we look to control the end game. So on that regard, I do respect what RESQ did do.
I guess in a sense you could say it's a good for an evil, right? Surely they get themselves an extra bunch of kills. They squad wipe the entire team inside of that compound. Yeah. But then they lose position. And don't get me wrong, if then their focus was, okay, now we won this fight, we've got to keep on going onto our streak and take the fight towards Destiny to reclaim our position, I'll be like, okay, it might be a little bit too aggressive and a little bit too much you can actually bear with, because for that to happen, you've got to expect you get a squad wipe, and also you lose no players into that fight when they went for the Shack engage, which they lost actually no one from that. So it was actually really cool to see, but I think that, as you said, is like good for bad. Yeah, and at the end of the day, they're still looking really, really strong. As we check out the overall standings, Man, you already got one team with 100 points plus, 122 for
Yeah.
Destiny. I mean, with 3 chicken dinners, now that I think out loud, I'm actually not surprised.
Yeah, for sure. 122 points, 42 points out of second place, which is still Lakonostra MVP. All 3 of Destiny's chicken dinners were won today, so a hell of a day for themselves. Great for confidence. Conqueror finishing the day in third. They got a fantastic win in the first game in Sanhok, but it kind of fell a little bit wayside for the rest of the day. Team UMBRA showing elements of consistency with 77 points in Unicorns of Love. In 5th, they started the day, I believe, below the top 8, and they've ended up in 5th. So I would say that definitely a little bit of a better day from Unicorns of Love.
Lakonostra too, seems good to be able to see them so high up. I think that they are North has been working for so long, and I think that they do deserve some respect. It's going to be really fun to see what they can do in PMPLs. Also in brand Unicorns of Love, then 0 wins, 77-77. So on brand for both of these teams, looking really good.
Sure.
And Rice Gang, I like to see a little bit more of this team because I did not know too much about them. So I just want to see what they're going to be doing for the next few weeks of scrims. They start off, 8th position out of the many teams, the 20 teams total here. So I think that that's off to a really good start. But I think that this is one of the few teams that I'm looking at, and I want to learn as much as possible about them to see what they can bring to the table, hopefully.
On a side note, Nexus Gaming are actually 4 Romanian men. On a side note.
I saw they got picked up, right?
They got picked up.
That's great. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's also cool because, on a side note, they have a female player, so it was always kind of a little bit weird for Romanian men when it wasn't. It was actually 3 and 1. So
3 Romanian men and 1 Romanian girl. That should be the new team name.
So it's kind of cool that it's a little bit of a neutral team name as now, from now, but still fair play to them. What?
4 Romanian people.
There you go. 4 Romanian entities, ScrimFarm, I know for a fact that ScrimFarm are like testing themselves, and they're really I believe that a lot of these teams are kind of pushing the boundaries a little bit in terms of being extra aggressive, taking extra team fights, playing around with positions, and that's great. But if you are consistently noticing that you're losing fights early on where you're going out in phase 2, phase 3, I would definitely argue that coming into whether it's these official scrims, whether it's the upcoming Unicorns of Love X Severnic League that me and Max are going to be casting, of course. Don't
Who's this Max guy you're talking about? I don't know who that is.
That if you realize that, okay, trying something different, if it's at the sacrifice of going out early on too many games, you should actually try and play a little bit more normal for a few days, for a few games, so it means that you can practice late game situations better, right? Because we all know when it comes down to phase 4, phase 5, that's when you really have to show your experience. That's when you really have to pull out a massive play, a massive rotation, a massive position, like we saw from Destiny in that last game, right? And if you're able to practice that, great. But if you're consistently going down early, don't sacrifice that at the cost of being aggressive early on. Don't sacrifice that.
Yeah, and just to talk about Destiny too, what I find is very interesting about this team is that I've been able to see a little bit because I was watching the broadcast. Being a true homie, supporting my boy Imperium in the chat. Let's go. But what we're seeing is that Destiny is already this strong of a team. And I noticed so many different aspects of the game that there's still so much room for them to improve on. So I think that it's so mind-boggling when you see this team already perform so well. As you said, the World Tour winner chicken dinner, 1 Sanhok, 1 Erangel, 1 Miramar. And there's still so many things, like very little details, but those things that if they just iron out those mistakes, I think that they're going to be not only the number 1 team in these scrims, but potentially going number 1 into the European West PMPLs. I think that they are truly a team that, with the likes of Panda, that could be very high up there at the very end.
Of course, that's true. But we all know that the way teams play in the PMPL compared to scrims is going to be different. So, we've got
to use something at a point of reference, right? We've got to have some frame of reference before we get into the PMPLs.
For me, for Destiny, what they should be taking from these games is not the fact that they're first overall, but as a team, that they're feeling more and more confident, that they're going into the PMPL games confident that they can win team fights, that they can control these games. To me, that's what all these teams should be aiming for. It's something so simple, but aim to be better than yourself, not better than all the other teams, if that makes sense.
I get you. Oh man, you missed all the highlights. Oh, unfortunate. There was like 3 minutes of highlights. They were pretty sick. I think I saw Kapahal and Sanhok like. I think was he medding in the middle of the road at one point?
Yeah, he was medding in the middle of the road. It was like, okay, bro.
I was like, bro, that's not the best place to med, mate. You're gonna. And it's like there's one person crossed. Like, was that player there? I thought there was a bike. Okay, I guess you're dead. So
I saw that in the highlights of the Sanhok game actually, and I was like, okay, Kapahal, I like that. You know? But
Keg W.
Keg W indeed. Look, on that note, I think it's time to end the stream. It's time to end it here. But thank you so much to everybody for tuning in, for supporting, for dealing with the delay, because there's a massive delay between game 1 and game 2, and for sticking around and for watching the stream. Feel free to like, subscribe, all that BS. Thank you to yourself, Maxon, for tuning in for a game and for casting with me. It is super appreciated. Where can people find you? If they don't already know where you are on social media, where can they find you?
So you can find me in France, especially in Nantes. My full address is 9 Street. Oh, okay, no, I'm gonna get it.
I knew you were gonna say that. That's why, like, when I said where can they find you, I was like, wait, he's gonna say his address in France. So I was like, where can they find you?
You know me so well.
But you still said it like.
You know me so well. Yeah, you can check me out. Well, not in that way, but you can check me out on social media. Not on OnlyFans, by the way. Twitter, all that good stuff is going to be Maximum30. If Maximum30 doesn't exist, it's Maximum30 casts. There you go. Pretty straightforward. There you go. Easy.
Easy. And on that note, you can follow me on Instagram and Twitter at EVT_Imperium. Have an absolutely fantastic day. Have a fantastic evening. Have a fantastic night, etc., etc. Stay safe, stay awesome, and see you guys next week for some more PMPL Scrims action.